never slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. Everything I do so instinctive and so passionate. Every word I move so descriptive like an adjective. I got a vendetta against people who patented being negative when you should be getting after it. I got facts over tracks, this and that. Spitting slow, spitting fast. I could roast, I could gas. Think I'm okay at last, but I don't know if that can erase all the past. And the pettiness, a reflection of the emptiness. Hilarious, you think you're with my time, you're delirious. Mysterious, because you hide behind a fake exterior. Inferior, you know I'll always be a bit superior. Get off of me, this ain't no humble brag. I want you to hear words, you can say them back. I want you to feel free from the chains at last, and to believe in what you got, it was built to last, yeah. Now that I've been put through hell, I never got anyone's help. I had to do it all myself. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. The consequence of being incompetent. Mental health is confidence, dreams into modestness. I'm not here to save the day, that's for you to take away. I could play a million mind games, but instead I say something not illogical, something that is topical. Rub it on and watch it go, make yourself unstoppable. Dreams are irresponsible, but they're always possible. If you just believe, you could be so remarkable. Thoughts in my head, a collage and they spread. I'll be great one day, going off of my meds. No, I'm not giving up, no, I'm not giving in. I will make it to the top, take a knock and the win. I gotta make it, I'm saving every day to taste it. I'm patient, but my mind, it can hardly take it. I'm chasing a dream that I never anticipated. I'm for the taking. Now that I've been put through hell, I never got anyone's help. I had to do it all myself. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit.
Alright guys, and we're live. How's everybody doing this evening? How's everybody doing? I got a thoughtful Thursday edition I want to relaunch and do. I used to do back in the older days. We're going to be checking out we got the Diddy trial that's coming up on its end. And we got a lot of people that have some misinformation that's went around along with some other stuff, but essentially some charges were dropped. I think some due to statute of limitations, and there's a lot of things that a lot of people, including who we're about to first look at, that think they haven't proved. You know, I'm actually shocked, at a lot of the witness testimony I saw reported, and what even from, it's not that I don't think Miss Cassie the victim, but a lot of the testimony, that they may have regretted things that they were doing, but I mean, they straight up said, "Well, I wanted to please him." I just don't know how much but then they tried to say, well, the incident with the video where he beats her up was during a freak off, supposedly. So that's sex trafficking. And this isn't me saying this, but this is somebody else that's in legal stuff. They said, they said, no, it's domestic violence. They said, but he didn't traffic her, he didn't take her there. Well, so it's weird, but like I said, I don't know enough myself to be really talking too much about it. So that's why I wanted to go over. First, we're going to watch this video about basically what supposedly the prosecutors say in closing, because I want to hear it. I haven't heard it. And supposedly, while this is on, the title of this video says P. Diddy darts eyes at federal prosecutor as she rips him. So this is insinuating during this, she wasn't happy. Put it politely. Let's see, where's this at? Part 2. Let's show up in the queue over here. It should.
All right, welcome back to our continued coverage of the Sean Combs criminal.
And that's 20 minutes, so let's get into this first, and we'll get to the other. Hope everyone's doing all right, and hope everybody's feeling well this Thursday.
Case in New York. I'm Jesse Weber. Thanks for joining us. We're going to get to more of your questions. We're going to get Elizabeth Milner up right now. Before I do, I just want to let you know we got a super chat question that came in from Smarty Pants. Smarty Pants, first of all, thank you so much. I know you've been very active in our questions for the last several weeks. We really do appreciate it. The question is, jury does not or does have to be unanimous on the RICO predicates for the RICO conspiracy case. Yes. For that charge, RICO conspiracy, yes, they absolutely have to be, but only with respect to two. Only with respect to at least two predicate crimes. And I believe on the verdict form, they even have to check off which of those were actually proven. So it's a really good question. By the way, Miss
Yeah, that is a good question.
Jesse, fellow class of 2012 lawyer. Is that Kenza?
There might be a way that he gets off right there.
See, Kenza, it's been a minute. Where have you been?
Unless they're all unanimous.
Thank you so much. All right, let me bring on Elizabeth Milner, Law and Crimes in-court reporter, a fan favorite. Everybody loves Elizabeth. Why? Let me read it to you. Alana Rodriguez says, hi, Queen Elizabeth and Jesse.
People don't need
both great. Jesse's handsome.
His defense is, his defense team is not the average.
Did Combs' family come today? Elizabeth, good to see you. Did Combs' family come today?
Well, that's a great question. And also, thank you so much for the sweet, kind words. I always appreciate it. And I read a lot of y'all's comments. So thank you again. Thank you. But yes, it was a full house today inside that courtroom, literally body to body, a lot of people inside that courtroom. And especially over on the defense's side, where you're seeing more of Diddy's support system and family come to court today to really kind of be here for the final days of the trial, pretty much. Of course, that being summations, aka closing arguments. So we saw everyone from Janice Combs, Diddy's mother, Charlucci, who's one of Diddy's very close friends, who's been inside that courtroom every single day of trial and even was attending some of those pre-trial hearings too. We saw Keisha Combs, that's Sean Combs' sister, Justin Combs, Sean Combs' son. Quincy was there. Again, that's also Sean Combs' son. Nisa Hilton, who is the mother of Justin Combs, was there. Sarah Chapman, who is Diddy's daughter, Chance's mother. And then, of course, the twins were there, that being Delilah Combs and Jesse Combs. And so it's interesting. The only one that notably was absent from what I could see inside the main courtroom was just Christian Combs. But everybody else, and I should also say probably his youngest daughter, that being Love, she wasn't there inside the courtroom. But I think notably also some interesting faces inside that courtroom today, too. Maybe not necessarily.
I've tested my mic. back and forth. The only thing I can tell is that on just a cell phone, it seems, I don't know why now, all of a sudden, every now and then there might be a little crackling, especially if I switch or come out of the browser, which I'm not trying to do. So, if there is any issues, I apologize. Once I can switch fully onto the laptop, I plan to, and that's been my core action. But I just spent 20 minutes doing another video that's unlisted where I checked it. I said a bunch of stuff, and I went and I listened back and forth. So, and I switched mics to the best one that I found. So, it's not that great. Oh well, I don't know what to say then. I guess. Oh well, But I'm not buying it. You know, and I just looked right now. I see a little bit of messing up and this and that, but like I said, it's not as bad as it would have been if I hadn't switched. I've got all the automatic settings on to handle it, and that's that. So let's get back into this.
That courtroom, making sure everybody who was on the list was able to get inside in order to support him. And so from that was probably the most reaction I've seen of him, is just a big smile on his face whenever he saw his family.
Oh, Elizabeth, we're reading the transcript of the closing arguments. We have no idea what the tone is like. We have no idea how Christy Slavic is actually delivering it. So we have a couple of questions here. Jack asks, Elizabeth, how would you describe the overall tone of Christy Slavic's closing argument? Was it emotional, methodical, aggressive? John Doe III asks, what seemed to be the prosecution's most powerful moment in closing argument so far?
Yeah, well, it seems like it's very methodical.
Yeah, I'd like to know.
I know that this is a very high-profile trial. Obviously, it's a very high-profile defendant, that being Sean Combs. And so maybe people might think that they're expecting these very animated moments during the summations done by the government, but it seems like it's just really kind of very monotone, very concise, I should say. But I will say this, Jesse, is that Christy Slavic, when she's giving these closing arguments, she really is just laying it out as simple as possible, to the point I'm actually understanding everything that's going on. And I'm like, okay, this is really just kind of laid out perfectly for the jury. Now, could points have been kind of condensed a little bit and not as repetitive? Possibly, maybe. But in terms of just the tone in her demeanor while giving these closing argument, it is very kind of similar to how the
motherfucker
statement was. It was just very monotone. You can tell she's kind of reading off of the script.
Don't be judging me for my baby,
but
man.
Too, because they put a PowerPoint presentation of just everything in terms of just all the assistants that the jury was able to see, all the escorts/entertainers that the jury was able to see. They were kind of bringing points from the transcript and relating it to certain points of maybe, in some cases, the RICO conspiracy and arson and kidnapping, relating it to the testimony that was given by particular witnesses, including, Kid Cudi or Capricorn Clark, those types of folks, and then bringing it back to
I don't see him getting that one.
Highlighting how these certain text messages will really kind of point to instances of alleged sex trafficking in terms of Jane or in terms of Cassie. And so that's really kind of the tone in terms of the closing.
They didn't prove enough for the arson.
From what I could see, even of the jury, especially at the beginning, they were really kind of paying close attention. I think maybe towards the lunchtime hour, they were ready for lunch, because it's a long time to be listening to just one person. But, if I can binge watch a Netflix series for 8 hours, I think the jurors are okay with the 4-hour summation.
well, that is why the defense wanted Mark Agnifilo to go on Friday. They didn't want him to have to go after the jury's exhausted from prosecution's closing argument and having lunch. Oh, now we got to hear the defense. It affects the impact of that. So I completely understand it. Elizabeth, I know you have to get back into court. Great seeing you. Thank you so much. Great reporting. We
Yeah,
even
the
have
defense will
outcasts
do
on
theirs
Henry.
tomorrow.
Dang, Elizabeth, you've been doing a fantastic job since the beginning of this trial. You really have. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to continue the conversation now with Candace Kelly, David Ring, Aaliyah Roberts. Maybe we'll get Sierra Gillespie back up here as well. Aaliyah, I want to turn to you. We have a question that came in from, by the way, if you have questions for our panel for the next hour, by the way, we're doing full coverage. We're going to have Anjanette doing, I think, 3 to 5 p.m. Eastern as well. Elizabeth and I are going to be doing a recap for Sidebar, recap of the entire prosecution's closing argument today. You can check that up later on Law and Crime's YouTube page. But we're getting, so if you have questions for the next hour or so, make sure to submit them. We'll answer them here. Olivera Nikolic asks, do you think that Jane's testimony was a total fiasco, considering that she testified that she willingly agreed to everything? Shouldn't the prosecutors see that during preparation?
I do not think that Jane Doe's testimony was a waste of time. Let's say in this scenario where they don't believe that Jane Doe was coerced, right? What we did get from Jane Doe's testimony was a complete corroboration of everything that Cassie Ventura Fine testified to. We had a very, very good, a lot of the different ways in which she was manipulated and abused, and that the physicality between Sean Combs and Cassie Ventura Fine's relationship, which then makes her more credible, right? So let's say we completely have Jane Doe.
Yeah, that does kind of tip the scale. The fact he was so abusive to her, you know.
Cassie Ventura Fine's testimony, and that will again still lead to a conviction.
It was just confusing how she said, but she did it because she loved him, wanted to please him. You know, I mean,
victims. I mean, sure, Mia. Question. But she makes up another specific counts.
But then when she gave her testimony, she was like,
transportation to engage in prostitution. And there was a whole question about was there supposed to be another alleged victim that
testified? Those 12 people.
Up in the air about what happened there. All right, David, back to you. We have a question from Matthew Robillard. How can Diddy even begin to handle over 70 civil lawsuits? I don't know if that's the exact number, but I wouldn't be surprised if it is. Is it realistically possible to address each one, or is the strategy just to settle as many as possible?
Oh, but look, he's going to be fighting these civil cases for a long time. Let's assume he's acquitted, right? And he has to deal with the civil lawsuits. And what's likely going to happen is somehow they're going to, get coordinated, and there's going to be, a process to them. But it's going to take years for him to get through the civil cases, and it will be even more difficult if he's in prison trying to do it. So no, he's not just going to go and start paying off everyone and sell those cases.
It's going to drain his bank.
And I'm sure he has.
It's going to drain him. Yeah, if he gets sent to prison, it's going to ruin him.
And ultimately settle the ones that need to be settled.
Mm-hmm. All right, Candace, question from Diddy. Why didn't Diddy?
He's already worth half what he used to be.
So I tell you what. There's still time for a plea deal.
I find that interesting.
It's very unlikely that will happen.
Is there really?
Well, there's still time for a plea deal.
What does that look like at the end of this trial? Everybody testified already.
Like I said, it's very unlikely that would happen. We're saying that the door is open, technically speaking, but we know that is, we have passed that. That ship has sailed. Now I'm trying to remember what your question was. Oh, will you rat people out? I think that one of the strategies that we don't know about is what's going on behind the scenes with Sean Combs. We don't know what that plea deal looked like. We don't know whether or not he gave up people, and if it was enough to get a plea deal that he liked. Obviously, it wasn't, because he didn't take it. So I think that there's too much information that we don't know about in terms of ratting other people out. And I wouldn't call it ratting. I would call, listen, you have to act and comply with what your defense team is asking you to do. There's information that I'm sure he has, and there's information that I'm sure his defense team has that is very, very important, and that perhaps can get him off in maybe some of these civil cases. That is yet to be seen, but those civil cases are going to be what is next. And we might hear a little bit more about who's involved in those particular cases.
I never believed that he was going to be ratting out people, because if you take the prosecution's narrative, he's the head. He's the top fish. He's the head of this criminal organization. Now, you could say politicians, you could say other KK. I mean, it's really him. It's you could look at other celebrities and politicians, but a lot of it was innuendo. A lot of it, I think a lot of people went into this case thinking that, oh my gosh, every single white party is going to be exposed. Every single celebrity is going to be exposed. It's going to be like Jeffrey Epstein. That really wasn't what it was. It was a very specific prosecution with specific victims, specific charges. And
yeah, we haven't heard anything about really any other celebrities much.
Where he would have any prison time. Because one of the reasons we have rushed to trial Aaliyah, right, is because he didn't want to spend any more time in jail. I still think that he thought the reason he surrendered his passport, the reason he came to New York, he thought he was going to make bail. And if that was the case, we wouldn't have a trial right now. He's going to push it down the road.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think people, the viewers, and I was born in the 90s, so I recognize that I might not be aware of this. This is not the first time that Sean Combs has been charged with a crime. Right, this is not the first time at all. Right, we have the issue with the gun with J-Lo back in 2003. If I'm not mistaken, he was charged with murder, or there was a conversation about or him being charged with murder. So he's used to, okay, I'm Sean Combs. I show up, I do what they tell me to do, I pay whatever I need to pay, and then I go on with my life, continuing to do what I've been doing. And I truly believe that there is a part of him that still thinks, despite all of the evidence that has been proffered against him, that that's what's going to happen this time.
David, we got a question that came up from Kanisha James. Hi, awesome panel. Thank you. Question. Isn't Christina Coram, who we were just mentioning, Christina Coram, like Ghislaine isn't KK like Ghislaine for Epstein? She was never called as a witness. Why would KK be different?
It's very, very good analogy there. Now, she's referring to Ghislaine Maxwell from the Epstein case, who really brought these teenage girls to Epstein so that he could engage in illegal sex with them. And now she's serving 20 plus years in prison for that.
Ooh, Lord, I think she should get more, though. I mean, if you ask me, that's kind of 20 years. I mean, depending on how old they are, there's still some light at the end of that potential time. Because you got to remember, federal prisons, right? Federal prisons are cushy. They're nothing like state prisons. It's night and day. There was the place that Bernie Madoff, went to prison at. Saul in the Better Call Saul series jokes about and says, "I'll go to FCI Button or Lowe's Wing something or another." He's like, "Yeah, the only one that has a golf program." He said, "It's good enough for Bernie Madoff." He's like, "If I give you guys a chance, you'll stick me in the nearest gin pot so I can get shanked. Ain't gonna happen."
I don't think we heard that KK participated in Sean Combs' instance that much as Ghislaine Maxwell did with Epstein, but she is the chief of staff. Her name has been bannered about this entire trial. She's never called to the stand by either side. She's definitely one of the co-conspirators that's going to be bannered about in closing argument as being in on a lot of these crimes. And she's a central figure. And if he gets convicted, there's a very good chance that she's going to get charged next.
Let's talk, Candace. I think you want to say something about KK. I feel like you want to say something about KK.
Well, KK is one of those people. If you hear somebody dozens and dozens of times in a trial, this person has to be involved. Again, not to the extent of Maxwell, like was just mentioned, but we know that she knew everything that was happening along the way. We may not have heard from her, but we actually did. We heard from her through text. We heard from her through different conversations. We heard from her through the last two summary witnesses that had digital evidence, huge footprints of how she was involved. So we may not have heard from her physically, and we may not have heard from Sean physically out of their mouths, but we heard something that could not be disproved and that was entered into evidence. 36 pages of information that.
That's crazy. It's just insane. I think he definitely should be found guilty on like what Judge Mathis has said here, pretty much. Judge Mathis has made it pretty clear, like, you got to keep in mind, this is the first African American judge where he grew up, lived from. I forget. I almost want to say Illinois, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, a lot of people, some people kind of gave shit like, oh no, he's going on an ad-20 fight. He must need money. I was like, oh, come on, man. But I like Judge Mathis. I hadn't seen that right there. See, there was something on here I'd seen just a while ago. I wanted to add to it now. Okay. No, the fuck? I gotta find this. No, it was at least, yeah, it was at least more than 2 weeks ago. I mean, these are all old, so eventually it's a component. I mean, it was a little while back. Okay. For the specific one of, anytime I see Boosie, I can't help that. Come on, man. God, I forget his name. It starts with a C. And then when I see him, there it is. I don't know why. Oh, it didn't come from DJ Vlad's. Well, no wonder I couldn't find it. I don't know why I thought it was on Vlad's. My bad. See what Judge Mathis said.
Award show featuring an African-American judge to win a Daytime Emmy Award. Judge Mathis, welcome to Vlad TV.
Thank you, brother.
Longtime fan.
Yes,
Longtime fan.
appreciate it.
Bumping into each other Exactly. So
Yes,
it's only
sir.
right that we do this.
Mhm.
Well, we have a lot to talk about, but right now the Diddy
Hey,
trial,
Bulls.
and I believe closing argument.
Hey, Bulls. I see you there. Hey, thank you for coming by. I appreciate it, hon.
And the defense is not calling any witnesses. So possibly by the end of this week, we might have a verdict.
Yeah, I think we will. Well, end of this week? No, I don't think the jury will return by the end of this week.
Maybe next week then.
Yeah, perhaps next.
By the end of next week, we're almost guaranteed it's going to be
Yes.
a verdict or a hung jury.
That's correct. That's my belief.
At this point, with what was like 30 something, witnesses the feds brought. Number one, why do you think that Diddy's calling no witnesses?
Because they believe that the prosecution has not proven its case. And so you don't want to expose any of your witnesses to cross-examination, which might trip your witness up. The prosecutor trips your witness up. Now you have a witness who has lied, and the jury has said, well, I'm not letting them off because this witness they brought was a liar. So instead, you just say, hey, they haven't proven their case. It's clear that they haven't proven their case, so no need to call witnesses. That's how I think they feel.
You being a judge,
okay.
do you feel there's any reason?
So that's how they're trying to
take
play
a
it.
stand?
No, not at all. Zero reason. I was a criminal defense lawyer. I never lost a trial in 4 years. And
Yeah, he'll fuck up if he does
I
that.
don't think I've ever put a witness, my defense witness, or the defendant on the stand. Never.
Never, ever.
Never.
See, when you're in the
But there are
public,
times, I mean, I've
it's one
interviewed
thing, but
people,
when you're in a court, it's a whole nother.
that, for example, we're facing murder charges and so forth. They took the stand and they won.
Yeah. And they were lucky. they're the exception.
Yeah.
They were very lucky.
80-year-old lady, yeah, I put her
Usually
on
talking does not help you.
if she was the defendant. But
Because
no,
the prosecutor knows how to
it's highly
trip people
unusual
up.
for a good criminal attorney to put his defendant on the stand.
Yeah, the person I'm talking about is Hurricane.
Only if they think it's absolutely necessary.
Some years back, and
Like
he had a situation where he was at a gas station. He comes back to his car, and there was a guy.
Rittenhouse. Kyle Rittenhouse is one of those exceptions.
He
He
had a gun on him and kept telling
testified,
him, like,
but
step away from the car, and the
his
guy
testimony helped him.
going towards him, pulled out a gun, killed him, charged with murder in Louisiana.
Or if it
He took the
didn't,
stand.
it
I remember I asked him,
essentially
I said,
confirmed what they already
"Do
knew.
lawyers not take the stand?" He said, "I didn't care what my lawyer said. I felt it was self-defense, and I was going to not leave my life in someone else's hands. And I needed to convince the jury that I really was in fear of my life."
Oh no, I knew I was going to
I think I would have made that.
It was never,
No,
never a thought in my mind of silencing me. This is my life.
You might as well not even pay for a lawyer if you're just going to go ahead and ignore what they tell you.
I mean, my lawyer is a terrific lawyer, and he did an amazing job, Alex Washington. But at the end of the day, I had to get up there and say my part, bro. I couldn't just put everything in their hands like that. I got to look these people in their eyes because my life is in their hands. I want to talk directly to these people and see if they could see I'm not no lying ass nigga right now. You understand what I'm saying? I'm looking you straight in your face, telling you exactly what happened. I'm not gonna bullshit with you. I'm gonna answer when you ask me a question. You know what I'm saying? Like, I wanted to get up there. You know what I'm saying? Like, and she cross-examined me back. She cross-examined me, and it got ugly. You know,
that's the issue. It's not about what you might say necessarily. It's about how you're going to handle the cross-examination.
They feel like, all right, it's 12 of us. Everybody done said what they got to say. So I feel like the jury looking at it like, if you don't say nothing, then you're basically hiding behind your lawyers. An innocent person, it's hard to make them be quiet because you know you ain't did shit.
And he won. He beat it.
Well, he's an exception. Most folks don't.
Really?
Most lawyers advise you not to take the stand because they know that you're going to be cross-examined by lawyers, and you're a layman. And we've been trained on how to either twist your words to make it appear as it's a lie or to pull the lie out of you.
Yeah.
So that's one reason, is because you're going up against a person that has been trained to cross-examine and to bring lies out.
Exactly. So if you are lying, they're almost guaranteed. You better never go up there thinking, oh, I'm gonna be able to lie and get one over. No.
Okay, so based on
Because
what
you can go
know
up there and
about
tell
the
the
Diddy case
truth
right
and they can
now,
twist your shit.
with all the evidence, and obviously
You
there's
better
no
not
evidence for
go
defense. They're resting their case. What do you think will happen to the jury?
Well, since there's no state crime being involved, which is where all the criminal activity, the assaults on women, the arson, all that occurred, that's state. And this federal crime, this RICO crime, I believe that thus far, all they've proven, and they've rested their case. I think they only proved the Mann Act, and that is flying interstate transportation for prostitutes. Perhaps drug use, drug possession, based on all the witnesses that have said they brought drugs from across state lines. If the deliverer of the drugs, in which I think there's an admission that the drugs were brought from cross state lines, then it becomes federal. And in that case,
I don't know if the other people there
distribution.
So,
well, I don't think that's actually a charge. The charges are the RICO, and then
I really think that was one of the
sex trafficking and prostitution.
Well, there you have it. All I hear then is prostitution, interstate transfer of prostitutes.
Oh, wow.
Right. But at the end of the day, and I've interviewed one of the male escorts, Punisher, and well, number one, he was not trafficked. You know, he was just paid.
All he's going to be found guilty on, man.
He would go about a dozen times, meet with them, and have their free costs and so forth. I asked him, "Do you feel like you were trafficked?" He said,
"I think this would be the worst. If that's how it goes, this is one of the worst held cases I've ever seen."
Right. And so trafficking, yes, he wasn't, but he was a prostitute that crossed state lines and received monies. And that's what I think he will be found guilty of. That's perhaps the only federal crime I think he should be found guilty of, but it's because it certainly doesn't amount to RICO. The things that they've attempted to prove, they did not prove enough to connect it to a RICO case, a continuing
I hate to admit it too, but
enterprise.
They haven't.
I totally agree on that. I think the RICO is just ridiculous. I mean, obviously.
And there was nothing ever that came up minors. That was the thing that we all heard, like, oh, there's going to be minors that come up.
Trying
Never
to
did.
present to the world that it's a real company, but really they're like extorting and you know.
Look, I'm not on his side. I really ain't. But I mean, we can't just lock people up
the kids down in Atlanta. That, by the way, they were exonerated, I believe, one or two of them.
YSL case.
Yeah, YSL case where, their company was
you can't prove something,
allegedly.
BMF was a drug business. We all know this. It is what it is. There's a TV show about it.
Right.
It is what it is. Yeah, but Bad Boy, Ciroc, Sean John, these are actual real companies.
Absolutely.
And it just so happened that the owner of the company
is a freak.
Was
criminal organization.
And, was dope fiend. He was having his assistants, get hotel rooms and so forth. But listen, I got a bunch of employees. If I tell my assistant to go book a hotel room for me,
I'm not every time, but it looks like I might be this
time. He can't be charged for it.
We'll see.
I can't say that he was part of this
don't call it yet.
He just booked a hotel room.
Listen to you, little bootleg lawyer.
That's right, bootleg lawyer.
Yeah.
Well, let me ask you a question, because the charges are racketeering, conspiracy, sex trafficking.
Yeah, it's just like when I gave that dude a ride to Walmart, and he decided to go in there and I'm gonna write a check and
force, fraud, coercion, and transportation to
and then a month later,
the same thing.
Not really, because sex trafficking is essentially that's the coercion, where you're coercing a woman to go across state lines to have sex with someone. Is similar to pimping.
In this case,
if somebody asks you for a ride, especially for somebody you don't know
that, but it's similar to
question the shit out of them. If they don't like it,
but do you think that
they get some other ride?
Right, that's what I'm saying. So sex trafficking, none of the men are going to say that they were forced to engage. In this horrible act of having sex with Cassie. Oh my God, I have nightmares over this. It was so bad. Boo hoo.
I'll take 1 year for that.
That's right.
I'm just kidding.
We were all there for free, all right, including the escorts. It is what it is.
Judge
Okay, so that
Mathis
was getting thrown
crazy.
out the window, you think?
Yes,
So
trafficking.
all you
yes.
have left is transportation to engage in prostitution.
That's
Chastity's
all I think
beautiful.
they have.
I mean,
That
but
sounds like a slap on the wrist.
hearing that she went
Well, it
on with
won't be
getting peed
because
on,
unfortunately
that
judges
kind of,
are people too, and he's trying to compensate for the other things that they've seen, for the state crimes that he's seen. His mindset is going to be, I'm not letting him get away with the minimum. I'm giving him the maximum that'll
yeah.
compensate for the things I can't do. The
Right.
things that he
If
didn't,
he gets found
the
guilty
things
of
that the
anything, they're
prosecutor
going to give
didn't prove,
him
but
the
I think
max.
happened. The things that happened in state court, but the statute of limitations expired, so I can't prosecute him. So, he says 1 to 10 years. I think I'm gonna give him 10.
Woo.
I hope not.
Yeah.
For that small of for that violation. You know, I'm not suggesting that they should overcompensate
I
for
think he
the
deserves
state
it. 'Cause
crime
I think
that
there's
was
stuff he's
that
getting
they
away with. I
failed to
think he's getting away with
prosecute
being
because of the
involved in
statute of
biggie
limitation.
shit.
I think
Yeah,
they should be judged based on what he
a
did.
lot more. So I
Then,
think he should get
and
it.
that is the
I don't give a
interstate
fuck if they throw the
transportation and
book at him for just
prostitution,
one
the
crime.
violation of the Mann Act.
Right. So he flew in
Yeah,
a
he's
couple of
guilty of
male
that.
escorts to have
Definitely
sex with a
guilty of
woman.
that.
He paid them. They were happy. They went home.
More
Right.
than a
And
few.
trafficking is usually the opposite.
Yeah.
It's the cat who's flying in a woman and
Trafficking is bringing in
by
people
coercion
that
or
you're
force, and then
exploiting.
having her to
You know,
prostitute
you're not
for
paying
the most
them.
part. That's
Right.
what
They're not
trafficking,
coming
the
off their
essence
own
of it is.
will.
This
You
is
know,
not that.
No,
that,
he's never been a pimp.
that's
He's
what I feel like
no,
they
he wasn't
didn't
no
prove.
he
They
wasn't no
didn't
guilt
prove
pimp.
that. He wasn't a pimp. Thank God he wasn't fucking trafficking. You know, people act like, oh, damn, that's bad. They can't prove it. No, it's a good thing. That means,
Were you bothered at all
you know,
when Tyler
he was doing some fucked up shit, but
Perry
he
started
wasn't
to
doing,
get the type
you know,
of
thank God he wasn't doing that.
push that he got when primarily
If he was, then
his
our
main
story.
platform is dressing up like a woman?
I heard one person come up there and say, though, that, you know, I was flown forcibly against my will and I didn't get paid. I mean, every one of them is paid, or, you know, they went along at first, you know, they've been kind of pressured later on. I don't know. Come on. What the fuck is going on now? Of course, it's just a buffer. Oh, Judge Joe Brown. It's another judge I like. I like all these judges on TV.
Is his
Some people
thing.
think
I
you've
just
seen them
think
on
it's very
TV. Well, they're
bad
not
for
really
our
like real
community,
judges,
particularly.
but they are.
But you see, I worked in Hollywood for
I saw this.
15
It was
years,
interesting.
and they have an agenda. My agenda was to push duty, honor, obligation, responsibility, accountability, and suggest to the public that these were important things that we needed to keep in the forefront of our consciousness.
Damn.
They have a thing.
Yeah, see, that
Just
happens.
do
I
what you
mean,
want to do,
people think that
forget what impact
people
it
think,
has on
oh, well, we
anybody
found a
else.
mugshot arrest
So
report on this
there
person.
are occasionally.
And did you follow up and check to see what the outcome of the charges is? Did they even get charged? You know, people get arrested, but they don't get formal charged. You know why? Because fucking fuck ups and mistakes happen all the time. Cops arrest people all the time on YouTube, for example, that are just filming, and you know they get an attitude and shit. Hell, there was this teenager that had autism I seen recently. This cop goes up to the door. He doesn't want to let the door open. Grabs him and pulls him out of his house, past his door barrier, outside and onto the ground, and handcuffs him. You know, I'm sure there was a mugshot. Well, I mean, him being a teenager, it probably wasn't. No, they don't public. But if he had been 18, there would have been a mugshot and arrest report. But guess what? You look up further, there's no court, there's no disposition, conviction, charge, case closed, anything sometimes. You know, it's just like with what, you know, I'm not wanting to give attention on it because it had been cleared up for it, but just for the sake of, you know, me calling out Charlie D here recently. You got some of these fuckheads wanted to take the opportunity to try to bring up old lies and bullshit they said before that I've already covered. Henceforth, I'm not going to go into detail about here. But essentially, you tell a story because, you know, people want to understand, well, how did this all start? Well, when I believe falsely what not just Cammy, but Genesis, somebody that used to be on YouTube, as well as Britt, Johnny's ex-wife, you know, informant, him getting away with a dirty puzzle in exchange for working in a form, you know, that was a bullshit. And the reason it got me so angered is because I had said, you know, the year prior to 2022, I had, you know, a lane with someone, and what it was, they was cheating on their person with me, and I, you know, I thought they were single. You know, that I would get audit, didn't tell me, you know, because I would have been cool with that anyways. But long story short, oh, crazy one night, I say that they're like they're getting lit and they're arguing with their other person, and they won't go ahead and try to hurt them by telling them and revealing what they've been doing lately. And so then that, but you got to understand, this was a domestic type relationship, meaning abuse was going on. The person already had strikes against them and essentially was at risk of not having any rights when it came to their children. And I'm not getting into all that, but so those things were threat. You know, you're gonna lose that. You're not gonna be staying here. I'm gonna take the car. I mean, they owned it nothing. So the person had a lot of control. So and yeah, they went and they decided to do what they told them to do, which was report me like I had done something, and they did. And not even a full 30 hours later, it didn't even 30 hours before they contacted me. I'd gotten out, I wasn't charged, and they let them know because, I mean, I never even had to take the recording of where, because they initially called me first before anything. And for 3 to 4 minutes, I got a whole recording of them outlining what happened and why they did. Because I played dumb, like I didn't, you know, I don't even think they were sure that I'd gotten picked up yet. Of course, I tell them, yeah, you're gonna, like, what are you gonna do? Like, I mean, because this is messed up. Like, you need to, you know, you need to, you need to let them know because I'm being, and that's what they did. So I tell that to Ken and her. It was completely bullshit. You know what? And that's why I bring it up is because we we have a flaw when we All right, testing. I'm connecting to the laptop, you guys, so that way I don't have to deal with my mic issue. I don't know what the deal is now with the microphone not wanting to work on phones, but I can connect any one of these microphones up to the computer and it comes through flawlessly. So I'm not so sure about that, but let's see. I've got a website pulled up though that what I'm going to plan on doing is exploring and seeing what, if anything, maybe hardware wise to do with the phone. Maybe I need to delete them all from the memory of the phone and just, re-add them. Maybe see, I uninstalled or I disabled and re-enabled certain, what I thought was like drivers, kind of like on a computer, when I had issues before and it worked. So I don't, they started working fine then, but that was a while back. So let me go ahead and cover back, 'cause I don't know when my mic dropped a while ago. I remember looking down and seeing that the screen had cut me off, kicked me out of the studio, so I'm going to recover. If you didn't hear me finish my explanation of why I reacted so strongly about that situation with Dagburn and Cammy, is that, just the year prior, we had a situation where I'll summarize it up because I don't know if I got through it all or not, but that essentially seeing someone for a couple months, this wasn't like a one time, this was a couple months. All right. And all of a sudden they decided to reveal it in an argument with that person. The person commits domestic violence, threatens them to leave them and everything else if they don't do that. They, in a moment, scared and altered conscious, go and do this. They even threw up in the damn cruiser on the floor while doing this. They revealed all this on the phone call as well that I recorded. I've got different parts. I showed just one small part of it once on here, and they took that, of course, and said, "Oh, here he is, compelling them to change their story." They'll twist anything. Compelling my ass. I got a phone call and I grabbed a phone of the friends I went to's house that morning. And when they called me, not me calling them, they called me, I recorded that conversation. So, whatever. But like I said, they try to say, oh, I mean, what? What are you going to say? I was never charged. The person then not only wanted to still see me after the fact, and I refused to. I kept 4 or 5 months worth after the fact every month. Finally, on the 4th month or so, the 4th time, basically, I said, I don't want to receive anything from, because they were sending me either a flower basket, something from a place that was the same place I used, my grandma used to get my flowers for prom. Yeah, that I got flowers for my dates and girlfriends and like Kayla, I got flowers there. Well, so, I knew this company. I don't know why I didn't think of it sooner, but while it was still happening, I was worried that, for some reason, I don't know. I just, that's why I recorded the conversation and everything because, I couldn't tell what was going on. I didn't know, if this was planned all along, you know, and when they called and they said what they said and they went, and then I never heard anything. I never got summoned. I never, nothing. It's not, you know, nothing about it is filed. They just completely, and I asked finally later on, and it was completely, you know, scrubbed because, I mean, and this was quote, like, it shouldn't have been taken from the very get-go because the person was intoxicated when they made the report. You know, they got fucked up, they got in an argument, and they got basically abused and threatened, and then they turned and got driven by that abuser up there. And that was another thing mentioned was that they got the impression from the stance of the husband that was present along and drove the person up there. They just got an impression that, you know, things were not, but they still went along with it. They still came into the knock and talk. And my ass, of course, not having anything I can think of that I was worried about, you know, I didn't have any problem talking to him. And so I went and I talked to him. And that is why you do not talk to the police, even when you're innocent. Because I went and I talked to him, and guess what? I still took a ride. You know, like I'm gonna run away or something. So yeah, just to clear that up, because they want to go around and they want to throw that up now, because I'm pointing out where Charlie clearly said, "Oh, I waited for the bitch to get blackout drunk, knocked out, and then I had a little area here where she could lay, you know, when she's feeling sick, just like a Betty Crocker recipe, just laying it all out." And then he tried to change the story and say, "Oh, I was just telling a joke," when there's no fucking punchline in that shit. Just tell me where the punchline is. I'll wait. 2, then he tried to say, "Oh, he was you know, a young person too at that time." Young people aren't firemen with keys to restricted access parts of around of a mountain area shit. That's the most idiotic shit I've heard. Oh, I was a minor fireman. Yeah. Okay, buddy. Yeah. The only one. Because you was just that great, huh? Putting out fires. And then he admits that he started a fire in this restricted access place for firemen, which I don't know if they did light fires there regularly and did simulation practice or something. So that's why he felt like he was okay to do it. But I would imagine it was just like some place they had accessed off that maybe they had a shed or something, materials, maybe they stored stuff there. Or maybe that was cut off for a specific reason because fires were dangerous in that area. I don't know. You know, that's one of the many questions that this little story tells and leaves. But essentially, he went to a closed from the, so he went to a place where he knew there wasn't nobody going to pop up. He wouldn't have to worry about police pulling up and questioning him, like, "What the fuck you doing?" He wouldn't have to worry about public. He wouldn't have to worry about any of that. So he went to a place with privacy that he had access to, only him and probably maybe at the most 4 or 5 other people in his small ass little area that he worked at. So, you know, I mean, the chances of anyone showing up is like 90 to 1, you know. Uh, that right there to me speaks a lot. The weird thing about having to take another human being, and one that, from all accounts, now I take this with a grain of salt because I'm not going to be caught up repeating something that I don't know for sure. But I've heard now that this person was younger, like 17. But I never heard Charlie say that. Now, I did say that the mom made him, you know, he'd have to take both of them. And when you bring up mom, and so I can see how something's not right about that story. And at the very least, I know for a fact you can imply that he utilized alcohol as, he might say, aphrodisiac, whereas someone else would say, because it is and is noted to be the most common date rape drug. But the thing is with it, and I got this all from AI, Chat GPT, and Google. I looked it all up because I wanted to make sure that I didn't just assume things when I was going to talk about this when relating to Charlie D. Depending on how drunk, like generally 0.08 is a good like example that if a person's about at that level and they can't reasonably operate a car, then you're at the point where, you know, and no, it does not matter if you are as equally fucked up either. It has to do with who initiates it, from what I read. And from what Charlie is saying in this thing, he is the initiator. He is the one that is seeking out sex. So that's clear. Saying drunk to the point they're sick and blackout drunk, one more bottle of the alcohol, you know, all of that combined says shit ton of out, you know, more than just a couple shots, more than just a drink or two, you know, like a bottle and then as much as the second bottle they can get down. That's what that sounds like to me. And if the person is way above over the legal limit, I mean, that's even more of a, you know, let's say they was under the legal limit or just had a couple shots or something. You're probably all right because the person has still got enough consciousness. You know, I mean, that's what I've read. They said that if you go out for a couple drinks with somebody, and I mean, and it is for sure a couple drinks, not like, oh, I'm pulled over and I just say a couple drinks when it's been 10 to 12. Like, no, like if it's really just a few drinks, then that's. Kayla had that issue, you know? When I first met and was talking with Kayla, she got drunk one night and she was hanging out with a friend of hers that was gay. And then another dude came over that was new to the area. He wasn't gay. And of course, he liked her. And I found out later on, she told me, you know, I asked her, I was like, so did anything go on? Like, I was just straight up with it. I was like, you know, because I was kind of, was talking about things. And I said, well, I'm starting to feel like a fool because, you know, like, what are we doing here, you know? And she said, well, apparently I wanted it, so I got it. And I took from that, I said, nah, you got really fucked up and he took advantage. I don't know why she, you know, looking back, I should have insisted she do something about it and report it. I don't know if she would have, but yeah, you don't, you know. And so she can go on here and say all the lies she wants to for $500, but if it wasn't for me, she wouldn't have stopped that drinking to the point of, you know, no return crap, and she wouldn't have got off her antidepressants. If she got off of those and stopped drinking as much, and guess what? Magically, her face was a lot more clearer. She started losing weight. She didn't feel as bad. She didn't get, you know, sick or crappy feeling as much. And she pointed out all those things. It wasn't me. You know, at that time I was kind of like with Scientology about psychiatry, and so I didn't think any of the crap that she was taking, and it didn't seem to be. I mean, you know, who the hell wants to take Prozac? All the horror stories out there about it. So moving on, I covered that, and I got through that, and then I went on and was sharing. What was the second thing I got onto? I'm sorry, guys, but getting cut off on the mic like that a while ago kind of threw me off. You know, I'm gonna put it like this way. You know, you can say what you want. We've got people that are calling out and talking about Charlie D here and there, creep, freak, you know, pervert. Okay, rapist, all right. But then in post where I've said something about him, calling out what he's done, they're not, you know, sharing or talking about it for the sake of Charlie D. They're doing it to try to discredit me with lies. And all that does in the end is it just makes them just more transparently untrustworthy. I'm not going to sit here and do a microscope over each and every little post or whatever. But if it's a post that is going to be that twisting of the truth, I might comment on it. That way, if anybody happens to get conned into looking at that shit, they've got a voice sitting there. Because if they delete my comment, well, then they know they hand me a W. So they can't delete it. So they leave it there. And then they try to comment back, and they try to, you know, they want me to blow it up with a community post or a live. I'm not going to do that. Just leave the comment so that way anybody unfortunate happens to see it other than junkies, which I don't care, because that's the majority of people that see it and like it. So it's really an illusion. It's a person with a little group artificially inflating a post to the naked eye that looks like, you know, it's getting attention when really it's not. It's getting attention from the same old folks that would go along if they came out tomorrow and said, you know, I could have an autopsy report, I could have a hospital report, everything that says a relative of mine or somebody I'm taking care of, say they died tomorrow, and I reported it to you guys, and I asked you to keep me in your prayers, they would be saying, oh, another victim he's killed. That's how easy it is. And then 60 people or 70 people that all roam around those types of channels and shit, they'll eventually catch it, and they'll maybe comment, you know, half of them will comment, yeah, true, blah, blah, blah. That's right. You know, so you got to be careful what you see on there. Little circle jerks, you know, grow, and they become essentially nothing more than an echo chamber. And a lot of time, these people are also communicating on Discord. So, you know, who knows how much of this is coordinated versus just impromptu, and people, you know, picking up on a cue that, oh, okay, so they're putting this out. I need to comment like I know what they're talking about, you know. For some of it, they might, you know, be laying it out in Discord like, hey, we're going to run with this, so act this way or that way, blah, blah, blah. I wouldn't doubt it. I mean, everybody's mad at Ryan Upchurch, it seems now, that was once, you know, on his side. And yeah, he really needs to stick it to that turkey. Woo-hoo. Now they're kind of like, oh, he's taking up for the turkey. He's lost his mind. He's on drugs. People that wasn't even on that bandwagon when it first came up with the Kylie Rodney deal. That's when people like PBR and stuff claiming, you know, he's fucking high, he's out of his mind. These people wasn't saying nothing then. Matter of fact, they were saying the opposite. Now that he's decided, you know, to change his maybe mind about some things or let go of other things, oh shit, he's fucking lost it. We got people making shit on his mom. They can't stand, you know, they can't just be happy that this man and his mother reunited, rekindled their relationship as mother and son, which I hated whenever they had an issue. I thought that was horrible. Somebody who doesn't have their mom, that's, you know, lost their mom, I couldn't imagine if my mom was alive. Like, and I have many things I could have kept a grudge and stayed mad at my mom forever about, but I didn't. You know, and I'm glad that they got over that. You know, not everything, just because some stuff happens to leak onto social media at times, especially when a person spends a lot of time on it, it don't mean everybody has to make a big deal out of it, you know. But they want to degrade her, and these are people that are supposed to have been like huge Ryan supporters. Oh, he wants a bunch of yes men. Like, can you not criticize somebody's stuff though without resulting, re, re, without resulting to trying to degrade an image of their mother? I mean, is that not possible too? Okay, you don't want to be a yes man. All right. You got to be a dickhead, man? You got to be an asshole? Is that the alternative? You know, I just don't get it. And hey, I'm not fucking, like, I don't listen to Ryan Upchurch every day. I'm not going to pretend like I'm a huge, but I've always watched him on YouTube. That's how I ended up finding this damn community. If it wasn't for Ryan Upchurch's damn YouTube channel and leading to Johnny's and Uncle Will and everybody else's, Cammy's, and I would never been there. So, I mean, I think what Kanye did was crazy with the KKK outfit and some of the Hitler comments. You know, you can watch history documentaries and see. We're kind of getting way off topic, but still, I'll go ahead and finish. You can watch history documentaries and see where people analyze that stuff without glorifying the person, but saying, you know, that was a good military strategy. And, you know, these actions right here is why people regarded him in this sense, sort of a genius almost. But only in the abstract, in the grand scheme, he's an evil piece of shit. Vegetarian, kind of a hypocrite in a sense. Didn't smoke, didn't drink, claimed to be clean living, but then again was also getting injections of all types of shit from uppers, downers, so many pills. His doctor was basically a quack. I mean, kind of experimenting on Hitler almost in a way, which I guess is kind of karmatic since he literally had doctors and people in certain places experimenting on others in horrifying ways. Some I didn't even know about till recently. I was reading something. I'm not even gonna share it specifically, but it was crazy. It I'll just say that it had to do with subjecting someone to being dang near through a process of frozen or other to the point they lose consciousness, and then to revive consciousness, they resort to different types of stimulation, and yeah, that's all I'll say. Trying to see if it's just insane. I mean, I think that we made a grave mistake. I don't care if they helped us with NASA or not. Bringing over the ones that we brought over in paperclip, not to mention all the ones that escaped to Argentina. Uh, they should have been hunted down a lot better. We shouldn't have brought any of them. Warner von Braun, none of them should have been brought over here. I think some of them eventually got citizenship down there. I mean, like, what the fuck? No, not all of them was heavily involved, but I mean, damn near all of them was officially Nazis and voted for, so. But our present day space program and everything else, the history of it, none of it would have been had Werner. I mean, maybe none of it have been sooner. It may have taken a lot longer or happened in different ways, but that's the way it happened. So just remember that when you're around here judging. I don't even know what Ryan exactly said, to be honest with you. That's how much I don't pay attention to it. So, but whatever it is he said, I think one of the things was that they were saying the swastika wasn't a hate symbol. You know, I don't know what the truth of that is, but if it came from Buddhism, and Buddhism did predate Hitler, I think. So, okay, if they're saying that it was a Buddhist symbol of peace or whatever, and I mean, it's not like that would be crazy to hear. People have taken symbols and switched them around, altered them a bit, all throughout history. The Scientology logo may seem unique, but when you break it down, like the logo that they use is a cross and it has a thing in the center of it, very similar to the type of cross that you see in studies of alchemy or Rosicrucianism, which have a focus on practical, making practical differences in the world, not just based on faith, which is Scientology 100%. They claim to be very practical approach, that they got technology you can apply to your real world. That's what, so I don't know. Okay. I mean, if it meant peace in one way, okay, so what? I don't even know what the point is up there trying to make with that. I mean, to me, that's a little irresponsible to say, knowing that you have such a big fan base and that you've got haters and people are gonna, I don't know why he would have even said that to begin with. But we got to remember, everybody loved Ryan because he was independent. He didn't let people sign him to shit and make him talk a certain way, walk, dress, rap, sing, whatever a certain way, or do things a certain way. He does things his way. I thought that's what everybody liked him for. That and the great heart, sense of heart he has. I mean, how many people has he uplifted personally? How many people has he helped? You know, sick people, people down on their luck on money and work and life in general. No, seriously. I mean, how much crap has he done from donating? What the fuck ever it was. I know that. I think the persons he donated to, can find out later on, one of them was very bad, but it's still the point, the thought. You know, he donated something they could have sold, kept, whatever. And he might have gave him, I don't know, I can't remember. But back when Kylie Rodney was being looked for. Yeah, he said some reckless stuff too. I think trying to say that she wasn't real and everything was, it's not that I couldn't have I could have stand, it's not that I wouldn't have listened to somebody explaining that theory, but myself repeating it, even if I was somewhere on the fringes and maybe believing it, I wouldn't repeat it. You know, I wondered about Sandy Hook at first, but when I saw Alex Jones being sued in court, what pissed me off the most was that I never was fully convinced or expected to feel like I had to be to believe it was false, a false flag, even though he kind of did wonder and have that up in the air at first. But then later on, and I used to listen to him a lot, so I remember hearing him say, you know, it definitely wasn't, you know, the earlier thoughts, you know, as more time stuff comes out, you know, there was things like people that at first were being tossed around, not from Alex first off, but other sources, that they weren't real people, they were crisis actors. Well, other sources came out and basically, in a way, basically doxed the people to prove that no, they're real, and they don't. This is where they work. They don't work in government, so you know there was stuff like that, and Alex covered it. But because a bunch of listeners still clung to the earlier stuff, and even though Alex cleared it up, they didn't accept it. And so some of them harassed and went after these people, especially when these other companies made it easy as hell to find out where they were. So you know what happened? Alex Jones got fucking sued for it. He got blamed for it, like he riled them up to go and do that. And then what really pissed me off was that his own lawyer sent all types of information, text messages, all notes, different things that he had talked about with his lawyer and gave it all to the prosecutor. Things that weren't even required. Like, I bet you he never hires that lawyer again. You know, now I haven't listened to Alex in a long time, but I wondered, did he not think that lawyer might have, you know, because I mean, come on, man. The dude wasn't, you know, super old or nothing. But when that came out, he just kind of looked like a deer in the headlights. I remember watching it and I thought, was he compromised? You know, did he do that on purpose? I mean, how could you accidentally send everything? and things that were not even meant to go to the prosecution. I, I, I mean, if you think I'm bullshitting now, I'll show you. Do, 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 do. So they sent him his entire phone for the past 2 years. And apparently the lawyer is going that, well, you said that there was no messages related, but we got the messages, and guess what? There were messages related. Now, maybe he just, I mean, I've searched for things on my phone and thought they weren't there and come to find them later. So depends on how much crap. I mean, 2 years is a lot of shit, so I don't know, but I'm just saying, I wouldn't want to hire that guy again. Good God. Yeah, people don't want against their group because they're loud here. Hey, Chi Chi. Sorry I didn't say hi earlier. Missed you. No, I haven't listened to any Shaka Hustle, man. I really haven't. It's not about explaining it. Like I said, I didn't explain it near at all in depth as I have before previously, and I refuse to. It's about the point that, they say that crap. And, and then they bring up whenever I was driving for, okay, so let's get this out the way because I hadn't done this yet. I've got that app on my phone. I still got my account. Now, I'm not activated because I don't have current insurance and I don't have current registration, right? So I can't work. However, my rating and all my previous rides are still, I went over and talked about how I stayed at Airbnbs there, which I can prove that too on the Airbnb app. I can prove on my email the hotel I stayed at when I was over there because I did not want to drive back and forth every day. Staying up there for a week at the most was easier because then I could, get up, take my time, and I could work longer, take breaks, and resume when it's more busy. I could do all that type of stuff. And, I took a day, I didn't work every single day. I took a day off here and there. And that was explained. And so then I talk about finding somebody on an app, hooking up. And then because of sharing, oh, well, they were, I didn't share the fact that they had another habit that had to do with a stimulant, and that was the real reason I was going to rehab. They wouldn't, but they took it to sound like, oh, well, they must be like books and be drinking every day, all day. So you had, nobody ever said that. Somebody just said that they hooked up with somebody and got to know them, stayed with them, and eventually got asked to give them a ride to rehab that they were going to. They're supposed to go to. They wouldn't go in voluntarily, I put it that way. They had to go and finish it or they were going to be in trouble. And guess what? They wasn't a passenger. They keep, just because I was talking about in the stream, I guess, working and people I had picked up, because there was some people I picked up that left something and I took it back to them. And I probably talked about that, I remember. And I know I talked about the time where I was out working and I literally had a freaking gun pulled on me from this road rage dude. Like I honked at him and he ended up pulling up right next to me at the next light. He had his window rolled down with signs. I wasn't even paying attention. And then I heard like noise and I looked over because he was moving around my peripheral. I rolled my window down and I was like, what? And I got that video on my on my hard drive. I pulled it up on my computer recently. I thought about sharing it, but then I was like, no. It's crazy though. I mean, I'm sitting there and I'm like, well, I ain't got no problem. And he's like, no, you had, you honking and shit. And I was like, yeah, you're gonna cause a wreck. He's like, man, shut the fuck up with all that. I was like, fuck you. And he said, what, you wanna go? I was like, fuck you, dude. And next thing you know, he pulls his gun and you can only see me and inside my car. And I go, oh shit. And I duck down like crazy. And he pulls off, and I'm like, holy shit, he just pulled a gun on me. And I called 911, and I tried to keep up with his ass from a distance. And I did up to a point, but then I just had to give them the last known street and direction he went. But I don't think they ever found the dude because I went and spoke with the detectives downtown about it later on after a few more days of working, and I never heard anything back. They said that they was going to get the intersection camera there and, was going to see if they could identify him in the camera. They said that they ought to be able to see now with what they got. Maybe not in high def, but pretty good see what he did. And, but yeah, just never heard anything else about it. Probably because the fact I wasn't a resident, I was out of state. So the odds, I mean, I was working there actively at the time, but that was probably the dumbest. I mean, it made large amounts of money, but it costed. Like I underestimated the cost on the car, the wear and tear. I'm lucky I made it back to Missouri one night because I had went to Amazon Fulfillment Center to pick up not just one, but like 2 or 3 different rides. Workers getting off, going in. I think it was 2 people getting off and 1 going in. And the last one, which was a pickup, I noticed then, I was like, oh, because my light came on and the car, I had a very visible flat. Went ahead and picked him up, went to air it up, and could make out a distinct, there's shit coming out of here. I had a donut, but I didn't have, for some reason, there wasn't a jack in there. And I had a wrench, no jack, he luckily knew somebody that had one, and they was actually back at the fulfillment, so we had to drive. I had to drive back to the fulfillment center. This was all dangerous with the wheel the way it was, but I got there luckily, going slow, and got the jack, changed it to the donut. Took him very slowly home. Closed the app out after that ride. Got GPS directions for the way home without the interstates, which adds about like 20 or so more miles, maybe like 25 more miles to the trip. But, you know, you can go a lot slower. And that's the way I took back. And luckily I made it home. But I had to stop every now and then, and I would look, and there would be, you know, because you're not supposed to drive forever on that thing. No, hold on. What is it? Okay, yeah. So yeah, I had to put a little air in it every now and then because it looked like it was starting to lose air, and I was scared to death that thing was going to fuck up on me. And it was after that that I don't know if I stopped immediately, but it wasn't long after that that I just stopped doing Lyft because the payout wasn't worth the, you know. But at that point, home health had dried up. I didn't have any more clients at the time. I was employed at an agency. But I had no active clients. So I was kind of like on standby for if they had somebody come in new or something free up. And then my car went not long after that. So, but yeah, I was looking at something the other day of somebody that said, so he hasn't worked since 2019. And I laughed saying, oh, so that's what they're going with now? I was like, really? Like 2019, huh? Well, it's funny. I actually did work in 2019, but then I also worked in 2020, 2021, hell, even 2022. Matter of fact, I worked January 2022 in Pizza Hut. Remember? But this jagoff was like, he hadn't worked since 2019. I worked for Walmart in 2019 in Massachusetts as a cashier. I was going to be loss protection, but my other roommate ended up snagging that job, and they decided to put me with cashiers because they needed one of those filled, and basically they went ahead and they filled up asset protection. And yeah, I had it down, but for whatever reason, I guess they just had it filled up before they got to my name. So I was kind of a leftover, and they put, yeah, you get it. But you know how everybody loves to act like, oh, you know, he's got a horrible leg, and they're saying it sarcastically, like I've just always made it up or made it worse than what it is. If that was the case, then why did I have the ability only after I got x-rays and the first MRI done? How is it then that I got a note that allowed me to use a chair when I was a cashier? When I was a cashier, I would stand up, yeah, but every now and then when I needed to, I could sit down in a chair at the cash register. Now, I was, you know, asked and encouraged, of course, that if I'm doing work, I stand up. And of course I did. You know, it's just respectful. You want to look people in the eye, and yeah. So, but whenever it was, you know, slow, not a lot of people coming through, empty lane, I could sit down. But I'm sure I just got that because, you know, I'm just that good, right? It's not like they could actually tell from the images that, oh, yeah, that's fucked up. So people you just gotta be aware on here, man. Just because you see a lot of people uh, supporting a claim or allegation narrative, you need to investigate, because this is a platform that people got to remember with all the different, you got ASMR, we got GunTube channels, we got, like those channels that try to replicate Mr. Beast. We got reaction channels like the Wazoo for music, for everything to court, body cams, predator hunting channels, etc. And we also got just plain old good old fashioned drama channels. Channels that are devoted to hating one person or a couple people or just anybody in general that is all right. You got channels that pretend to come off like a legitimate journalistic source, and they're anything but. I mean, they've exploited women and been involved in trafficking and had a pimp boyfriend, and they've actually been caught on audio saying, I promise you, if he could have sold his own ass, he would have, in the place of those girls. Now, I've heard a lot of bullshit in my life, but I think that takes the fucking cake. I about spit my drink out when I heard that. Like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Did I really just hear that? Okay. So, yeah, just be careful. Double check things. Don't just run with them. Because later on, you know, it's really easy to say, oh, well, so and so, that's what they were reporting, and I just believed it. I had people try to point out and say that's all I was doing when I would bring up the Cammy thing. But no, 100%, at least 40% of it was my fault for, not right off the bat scrutinizing it, whether or not they appreciated me scrutinizing it. Like, I'm not, or if I can't do that, then okay, well, I'm not going to repeat it. I'm not going to make it a talking point. I'll listen and wait to hear what all you come out with, but that would have been one thing, but I didn't do that. I mean, I ran with it and shared it basically, and I was wrong, and it's just like with what he had happened recently with Triple T coming down there and stuff with that megaphone. That's all Triple T was worried about, was looking cool and hoping to work Johnny up. But he'd already worked Johnny up. I mean, Johnny's gone through this shit for years, and he could have slapped him right off the bat while he's in the truck. He was buckled. He would have been caught at a major disadvantage. He could have straight up punched him. He didn't. He let him get out. He let him face him eye to eye, and he still mollywopped his ass. And you can say what you want to, but some of these people were literally trying to wonder and ask people, could they get him charged, on just the footage alone? No. No, I mean, maybe if the department really wanted to be corrupt and fuck with Johnny, but no. The injured, so-called injured party that you'd be claiming as the victim has already left the state, and they didn't file anything. They also clearly, and this would be what trolls would be saying, they engaged. Well, they did. They pulled up. They got out. He was winding his arm up and shit. You know, they was just as much participating as Johnny was. Only difference is they couldn't connect shit. So, I mean, that's that. The only issue why I haven't really been to Johnny's or what have you is because, you know, I had people block me from there initially, and yeah, you know, they just, and I can understand it on a surface level. You know, if it's 10 people that you could have supporting you, 10 or plus people versus just one person, um, because the 10 and 1 don't get along, you're not going to care if the group of 10 block that person, because it just, I mean, you know, I'm not saying that to badmouth him or anything, but that's kind of, I mean, I don't know how else to see it other than that. You know, and that's fine. Uh, but that's why when this happened here recently, I could speak, I guess, because I think he had to switch channels, and he's at Melinda's channel now. So I think I was unblocked, and I just made it clear, you know, like uh, I think after everything he's been through, you know, I was happy for him that Ryan was giving him recognition, and was pretty much the way I saw it was letting him know, like, you know, he don't hate Dagburn or is actively fucking fighting with Dagburn. So I thought that was cool. I thought it was, you know, deserved. I'm not saying that Johnny's never said or done anything stupid, but so what? Am I supposed to sit here and hold that and bring that up every time somebody tries to give him something positive just because I'm salty or something? No. Like, I'm not gonna worry about all that shit. You know, if he's just being trying to be as positive as he can be now and not doing anything like that, then what's the problem? I mean, if you guys are really hardcore Upchurch fans, like some of you say, you wouldn't. And it's not about being a yes man, but if he don't have any beef with the dude, and you don't have anything personal beef with him, because let's be honest, most of that all started just because he was claiming a bunch of stuff with Ryan and against Ryan, and was going after, you know, Ryan online, and people that were Ryan fans didn't like it. And after that came the trolls, and the trolls wanted to make him into a locale, and you know, that's how it played out. Now he's not fighting with Ryan, and now you see a bunch of people whining about how they're flip flopping and turning a blind eye, and that it's always fuck Dagburn. I don't care what Ryan says. Uh, you know, they'll find out sooner or later. He'll show them who you know, all this same rhetoric they'll say about anybody, me, other people, that anytime that you know, maybe we get a new supporter, we'd make peace with somebody, anything. You know, that's their usual trait. And I guess with about everything, you know, they could have a 50% chance of being just randomly right, but that doesn't mean they're going to be. I mean, and I hope Dagburn, you know, stays cool with all these people. But you know damn sure that people are going to try to make sure that he don't. You know, people are going to start going to these lives and stuff. And they're going to start trying to bring up as much crap they possibly can think of that maybe somebody Dagburn's around don't know about. And hopefully through bringing it up, that might cause them to look up whatever it is they want them to see. You know, that's just petty. You know, I mean, there's some people that think the Django shit wasn't bad. I'm not one of them. I think that was extremely dumb and not in good taste. But I don't think it deserves him to be fucking persecuted to the end of time over it. You know, I don't think that makes him less of a I just think it was an extremely stupid thing to do. This is why it's called Thoughtful Thursday edition, because I used to have these where we'd come on and I would give different thoughts, my thoughts sometimes, the general thoughts, and what the opposite side was, and invite people to give what they think about, you know, whatever it is that comes up while we're streaming. Did anybody so I did not know this, call me living under a rock, but I didn't know Steven Seagal, you know, had ran to Russia because he was being accused of crap 7 years ago. Going through YouTube today and that randomly came up somehow. But yeah, I've really never cared for Steven Seagal either. I mean, he comes off arrogant. Oh, great. I'm glad Martin was roasting him. That's great. I don't know about Snaggy. You know, maybe I should pull that up. Fuck it. Can't hardly stand to put him on my channel. But I heard about that through somebody else I spoke with on the phone today earlier. That he had Snaggy up. And Snaggy was basically telling all this crap that he, you know, outdoing Charlie on. And I seen where yesterday he made a stream, but I didn't even watch it. I left a comment and I said, let me see if he deleted my comment. Nope. I said, well, I saw the first 2 minutes and stopped it because you're wrong. I'm not going to be upset because I'm not watching you play make believe and people go along and pretend to know what you're talking about is real. Just to hopefully get a reaction out of me. Sorry, not sorry. Now, however, that doesn't change the fact you said you would, quote, wait the bitch out to be drunk, passed out drunk, then you was good to go, unquote. You sick son of a bitch. Whoever the 13 that liked this is apparently supportive of you, even knowing what all you've said on your own. And that's where I left it. Because that's exactly what he said. I mean, you know what? Fuck this. You know, no, we're not gonna watch this stupid shit of him, and we're gonna watch and recap. Now he says that people on YouTube just gonna make fun of you and stuff. You just gotta laugh at it. But when it comes to people talking about him and pointing out stuff he says that's troubling, he's not laughing at it. Is that supposed to mean that it was right because that happened? Oh, in the good old days, you used to do this. Oh, oh, please interview him. Please, we need to know who he is. Listen to this. They were they were beat. Chad, you'd been proud, he says. So these two young women, human beings, that he was preparing to take to a restricted area, he made sure to hide from his fire chief because they were two beasts, and he was embarrassed to be seen with the likes of them. Beast. Chad, you'd been proud. Now, that is just fucked up. And I'm sure it don't take me to tell you that to realize. I mean, the misogyny from that statement alone, the degrading, the arrogance of it, the objectification of the women, and the fact that you could also, say, well, maybe he also didn't want him to see them because he knew that he shouldn't probably and didn't have the right to be taking them out to that restricted area and then starting a fire. Of all things, you're a fireman. Oh, I guess that gave him the arrogance too. I can start fires because I know how to put them out. Like, fucking idiot, man. Idiot. Remember, now, this isn't the same. Now, see, remember, I pointed out just earlier, because I was talking about this, people wanted to bring up, like, the stuff I just went over and cleared with you guys. I already had said and told them the exact same thing before when I said it, just longer. And I explained to you why. Because of the Cammy thing. Because people wanted to know, like, because I got very angry when I made a lot of the shorts I made and stuff. And I came off that way because firsthand I had experienced what being on the receiving end of somebody weaving their own make-believe version of reality, whether because they want attention, because they were coerced, threatened, whatever the reason for it, because they were a spiteful ex of the person that happens to. And then in that Judge Mathis clip we were watching earlier, there's another clip I watched. I don't know if it was Judge Mathis, but it was that same interviewer. And he said that I saved a bunch of guys, athletes, famous people, or people that were just rising to get famous. And he said, I knew they, would be. He said one of them specifically, but he wouldn't mention exactly who it was. He said, rest assured, he said, they're big now. He said, they're in one of the major league sports. And he said, what would you save them from? He said, well, he said, and this might come as a shock to people, but there would be these specific types of women, females, he said, that would come around, you know, specifically this one club we knew about, and then he said the couple that he had and he owned personally, and one of them he would go regularly and I don't know if it was DJ or just supervise around the bar, one or the other, just be there essentially. And he said that he saw with his own eyes it play out with this particular woman, and she got rejected, and he saw the same thing, and he kept his eyes routinely on it. They weren't drinking, they weren't getting, you know, shot drink after drink, but whenever somebody new would come up that they would try to hit as their mark, he called it. He said they would start acting as soon as they knew that the person could see them like they were impaired, intoxicated, just enough, you know, to have it basically. And he said they're doing that, one, to come off that way towards them, and two, so in public, if anybody's ever asked to recall and they can remember, or there's any cameras, they're in here and they look like on the surface that they're drunk. And they're trying to get them to take them home. And he said in this one case of this specific person, he had a couple friends with him. There's like a group of 4. And he said she was going to go back and do them all, you know. And he said, I basically pulled the main one aside, and, you know, he basically, you know, got in the way of it, and had, I think it was to have her, you know, escorted out. And then he held them up there at first so they didn't immediately go over a tab dispute. And then he pulled him to the side. He said, hey, she's trying to set you up. She's not drunk. He's like, she's going to set you up. He's like, and then later on, she's going to scream that y'all took advantage of her. He said, I done seen her try to go home with 2 different sets of people before you tonight. And I have watched her. She has not went to the bar on her own. He said, as far as I can tell, she hasn't had one drink the whole time she's been here. And he said they was pissed, you know. He said they wasn't appreciative at first, you know. And I couldn't believe listening to that. I was like, you got to be kidding me. You mean to tell me that that's a thing? You know, I guess it is perhaps for because you got that one case of that baseball player with that chick who stayed with him, and she took a video smiling next to him in bed. And then she goes and she comes up with a victim story, and of course it's exposed to be bullshit. And here's what one of them said when they was talking about, not when they was making up and passing along the false bullshit, twisting my stuff. I forget which one it, I don't know, even if I could remember, I ain't gonna say their names, but it was one of these stupid trolls, bitches. It was a woman specifically. Said, well, if that's the case, why didn't she get charged for false report? As if anything ever goes as it should in this fucking jurisdiction. You know, there's a whole bunch of what ifs. I'll tell you here clearly why. Because they didn't, you know, it didn't get to the point where where there's charges and lawyers and proceedings and all. You know, they didn't wait a long time or not come forward at all and get found out and then admit to it. You know, under those circumstances, maybe they would have been charged. But then again, I'll tell you the more obvious reason they didn't get charged, because they were coerced. Well, why didn't the husband get charged? Because can you prove the domestic violence? You're talking about violence and abuse that happened on one evening. Uh, you know, if there's no visible marks, I don't know. You also have to realize that this person had marks against them, and one more issue, and they probably would have lost their parental rights. So the husband obviously had a better, cleaner background. So there's a whole bunch of nuances to it. I mean, you know, I don't even think she admitted. She probably didn't even admit. But yeah, she did tell him she was. I don't know if she told him like she was straight up like what she told me, or if she just said she's pressured to. I don't think it matters, irregardless. Nothing ever came, and if there was something concrete or whatever that stood out, and they had thought that she was being, the reverse was happening, that she's being pressured to recant out of fear or something. And yeah, some of them straight up tried to go with that bullshit. Like, yeah, that was what it was about. They wouldn't have gone with it. I mean, if they had something clear and concise that pointed to, this happened, they're not gonna, they would hear the person and then they would talk about it and then they'd say, well, reassure them that they're going to be okay, but they're not going to drop and not pursue this, especially when, they got such and such evidence. So it's just ignorant. It's ignorant. It's really ignorant. And what's even richer is having people that go around making content, talking about the most fucked up things. Like, yeah, they're talking about maybe a dead person in some instances, but does that Yeah, does it matter if somebody's dead or not? I mean, whatever. But how can you talk about somebody dead like that and talk about, But that's what they do. That's what those trolls do. So if you ever get conned into looking at some of their stuff, just make sure you look around all the way, and hell, do your own research. Look into background checks of the supposed person they're talking about, because if they're talking about somebody and claiming something fucked up, you can bet your bottom dollar they're doxing the person too. So you can get their information. Hell, you can come straight to me. I'll give you my information and you can check it, you know. But what needs to be exposed is the psychological mechanism they try to play off of, which is saying something horrible that, just like you saw that person on Vlad earlier say, most innocent people aren't going to stay quiet. Well, exactly. And that ain't coming from me. That's coming from somebody that was charged with something, was on the verge of losing their life, and they decided to take the stand against their lawyer's advice, and they was found not guilty. That's coming from his mouth. So by the same token, you say something screwed up about me on here, yeah, me addressing it isn't mental gymnastics or cope. Like, that's the most dumbest shit I've heard. I'm not even going to respond to it directly. But that's just, I mean, that makes no sense whatsoever. Mental gymnastics and cope. Explaining the very same situations and stories. So see, they can't. Now, see, if I was lying, then you could take this stream, you could go back, and you could say, well, here, you know, it was never, you never said that they were abused and threatened to. Yes, I did. I always have, because that's exactly what happened. See, I ain't pulled a Charlie D. I ain't said, oh, well, I was just joking. Or I was a youngster too. No, 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 no. No, no, no. Now, her mama always wanted the other one to goddamn go. So, these are people that are living with their mother. Sounds like one of them might have been his age, but it sounds like the other one was a younger sister or something or another. Had to be a sister, I guess. I mean, or maybe they had a cousin, a younger cousin that stayed with them that the mother was. I don't know, but you heard that right there. Now this is the original live. This is not cut. I'm just simply pausing it to stop after what he just said. Now let's go. Now this is at 15 minutes and 19 seconds within the stream. This is the first 15 minutes. Now, if that doesn't mean drunk beyond, you know, legal limit and consent and probably being in the right mind, I don't know what else does. Another, you know, fat joke, you know, I got these two beasts in my vehicle, so I done broke a spring and my damn thing's leaning all the way over about to fall off. Oh. Fucking cringy motherfucker. Oh, it just costs one more extra bottle of the damn alcohol, he says. Why don't you just use rubbing alcohol? I mean, but I thought you said you was a youngster and a minor too. See, those right there are proof enough to show you're lying because you know you've been caught up because you said you was a fireman and only y'all had the keys to that place, to that area in the outdoors next to that mountain range, whatever the fuck it was. You know what that means? That means you were then lying because you weren't a minor and you weren't just joking. So, people, I mean, come on. Now, some might want to say right here, well, hey, he ain't been charged. Don't you say the same thing? Well, what if, just like with him, you ain't been caught? Well, except in my story, it did go to the police briefly, until it was corrected. You know, you forget that, don't you? And also, yeah, I mean, people do stuff and sometimes they get away with it. It looks like that's what happened here with Charlie D's situation, which is why, and I'm sure people know where this motherfucker is exactly at. I don't. You know, there ought to be a campaign for them trying to find these women, find this fire chief. Hell, just get this damn video to the damn local fire department. That's what people ought to be doing. You know, if some of these channels and people really claim that they give a shit about people that are victimized and stuff and do things and aren't held accountable, here's a perfect opportunity to dish out and to hold some accountability. Motherfuckers straight up come on YouTube and voluntarily divulged all this. He's about to lay out the rest of the recipe. Having a special place laid out for him to go when they get sick, like a place, you know, with a bed liner. What? Hello? I mean, he admits it all. Oh yeah, a youngster, like if you was a youngster then Charlie, yeah, another blow to your I was their age youngster story. You was at least 18 or well, I'll go to say if you wasn't 21, you was 20. There's no way you was younger than 20. Maybe 19 be pushing it. But you was an adult. You working at a sawmill and a fireman, and you want us to believe you's bullshit. Building a fire in a restricted area for firemen only. I mean, that just seems smart. Totaled out, he said. Wait, that one bitch had to get drunk. Well, if she's getting drunk to the point of that, then the one that he's going in the back with, you know, she's drunk too by just common sense. So yeah, I mean, clear case of admitting to using alcohol to get people abundantly drunk, you know, and maybe he's being careful here and he's not telling the whole story. Maybe he actually done something with it. God, I hope not, but I mean, why would you need to wait them? Like, I seriously would doubt that you need to get them drunk to then go off and have sex with somebody else. I mean, I just, you know, you don't think that that person's going to find out or doesn't know already or suspect that that's what you like. Just so many things about this don't make sense. See, a bed. Nah, she ain't that. Now either she's super fucking young to where she doesn't know what the fuck they're doing, or he's just making all that up and trying to make it sound like, well, we wait for her to get really drunk so that way she wouldn't bother or, you know, be aware of what we're doing. But he's just saying right there, she could tell they was doing something. So it sounds like to me that you just used the alcohol to get them drunk, so that they would have less inhibitions, so that they wouldn't be more or less likely to say no. That's what it sounds like, you know. That's what it sounds like to a lot of other people too. So cringe. You got the ghost of the relatives of those people around you fucking haunting your ass. As you're sitting here fucking calling them beast and everything else, just fucking making a mockery. Mm-hmm. I about had all I can of this fucker. The fuck? The little goobers? The fuck's he talking about? Huh. No, I learned a lot since then. Yeah, that's one of them I saw that said they was just waiting for you to say something like this, that they knew there was something weird about you. That's a lie. You've lied about me. You lied to the police and told them that I had a clear baggie that had white powder substance in it and used that powder substance on camera and then proceeded to pass out in front of you. And that's why you was calling a welfare check. You straight up lied to the police. I mean, if you're so bold, these people are so bold that they will lie about something that is captured on camera and can be disputed 110% without a doubt disputed and, you know, accepted as disputed successfully. And I mean, if they can lie about that stuff, they'll lie about anything. I mean, that's like they got no scruples or, you know, inhibitions about being careful with their lies. They just lie. Oh yeah. Fighting fires, all the mirrors. I can't watch no more of him. But yeah, that's you heard him. You heard him first. I mean, we probably heard him already, but you heard him again first here. Uh, I mean, and people said that this was cut. He just admitted to doing prostitution right there. Lightning bolt. This motherfucker. There's no T in Charlie Davis. Huh. He said 3 is the way, but oh my God, man, that is sick. Now they done a little cut right there, but all they did was speed forward to where he talked about this, which we just listened to. Yeah, because you needed the privacy, didn't you? Just trying to hide what you was doing. You find me somewhere saying this right here, like saying this. I don't mean repeating what he's saying or playing with it. You find me saying I done something like this, you know, and that ain't an instruction for hey, go AI make it, because it doesn't exist. It just save you the trouble, you know. But if it did, you can best believe it would been everywhere. And people are still letting this motherfucker hang around. The degenerate gene team, of course, with their sex offender over there that showed his dick on stream, he's letting him stay around and stuff. Yeah, supporting this type of shit. Yeah, yeah, trucker bouncing. Yeah, fuck you, dude. You're a piece of shit. You know, anybody that can just sit there and casually say that shit and laugh about it, call the person a beast. Like, you have no fucking chill. I'll tell you, even when I told my story, and you know, I could have been an asshole and been mad that one person even, you know, like I could have probably pushed and been like, no, I want them arrested. Hell, knowing my luck with the police, though, they wouldn't have arrested or charged her. But no, I had, you know, like I fucking looked at it through the lens of you can't make a decision properly in that type of state or being subjected to that. So you know, but I tell you one thing, when they kept sending flyers every month, I did not take up none of those offers. But you know, after something like that happens, mm-mm, I got no desire to. I didn't even want to, you know, to be honest, I blocked her and everything. You know, like I didn't want to have any contact with them. I mean, I'm glad we got everything cleared up, and you know, but the fact that I was lied to and she wasn't, you know, separated like she said, and all that else happened, you know, no. Mm-mm. All right, let's check this out. They're saying the Diddy trials come crashing down. This is what TMZ has said. Yeah, we're moving on back to regular uh, mainstream content. We're getting away from the fucking shit. I just needed to. I wanted to go over that because I made a commitment and I said I wasn't going to let that motherfucker forget what he said. And I'm not going to do it every live, but every now and then, maybe a short something. I'm going to replay that shit. You know, as long as people are still turning a blind eye and you know he's still getting support and everything. Yet I get people literally get shamed and shunned and attacked if they support me. You know, fuck that. No, I made a commitment and I said I wasn't gonna let him forget. I ain't gonna let him forget. No. Sorry, you guys can't hear this. My bad. I messed up. Y'all wasn't able to hear any of that. Yeah, they'll start Monday. Yep. Mac, Ooh, God, Lord. Good God. Yeah. Reach of yeah, that's not a good thing. Wow. Damn. Huh. 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 Oh. Yeah, that's kind of like that's kind of like stuff on here online. That's just pathetic desperation trying to say crap like that. Mm-mm-mm. What you huh. What you making a noise at, Brownie? Brownie in there. That was a continuation of an old. I'm gonna start one at the beginning. Cassie wants. Oh crap! Now this is kind of a. I would be a little worried to if this was really my opinion. That's one thing, but sharing it's another thing because this would probably piss a lot of people off. But we gonna listen to it. Just the title is crazy. Why W Belly coming up after that? Damn. See, that's tactful. That's being tactful. He just said he didn't want to speak on him. That's crazy too. I knew it'd be the second one. You got to have a lot more than that, though. If he's guilty, it's not sad. That's before he got charged. It's an old clip. If they get him for the if they can get them to find him guilty on the RICO stuff, they will take so much property and seize so much stuff from him. It's not funny. Like they will ruin him if he gets that. If they get the RICO. See, the RICO will allow them to confiscate. They might be able to. I don't know. Like, but I've heard that with the RICO, that allows them to take, especially like with restitution, like anything they can justify that he got out of doing that criminal organization, if they were to prove that aspect, then anything they could say, oh, he profited from, they could theoretically confiscate under being convicted by the RICO. That and all the lawsuits, oh man, he'll be broke. He'll be lucky if he got anything left. Because you know he's going to settle some more lawsuits. He's going to have to. I mean, there's no way he can fight that many lawsuits. And he's already settled a bunch of them. That's what's crazy. And they just keep coming. That'd be a nightmare. That would be a living nightmare. Throwing a vase at them. Hmm. Fuck that now. I ain't never looked up to him. I just thought, like, he's successful. I was like, but I never really paid much attention to him either. That's crazy, is that whenever I originally looked at and got into all Tupac when I was a lot younger, that the whole Tupac story and stuff, I don't know why, but I never got sent down the rabbit hole when it comes to Diddy and his potential involvement. There's rumors he had something to do. They act like, some people act like, he promised Keefy D the money for Pac being killed, like Keefy D and Orlando or whatever, and that they ended up not really getting not even half of that. They didn't even get a quarter of it. At least that's what they said. Uh, but I don't know why. I just never was sent down that road back then. Now you look at it, both situations. You have the night when Biggie got shot. He was in a vehicle that normally stayed close and rode along with Puffs, either behind Puff, I bet, or in front of him. But for some reason, standard procedure wasn't followed that night, and Puff left early, like before Biggie was even out in his vehicle. So he took off without them, and coincidentally, that just happens to be the same night that the vehicle pulls up and, you know, shoots and kills Biggie. I mean, and I think they also said that, when they had spoke with somebody on the phone and like Puff and his people were told about it, I I don't know for sure, but they either didn't. I, I'm leaning towards. I think I heard that they said that he didn't. It's not like he turned back around and came back, or I don't even think he initially went to wherever the hospital was they started to head to. But they ended up going to a medical center that was farther away than one that was closer. You know, so there's suspicion around that too. That's, that's sick. I mean, even though she's of age still, I mean, 19, really? Like, we need to shame that more. Like, there's too many, it's too acceptable for older ass, successful dudes to be getting young at. And, it's even more crazy when, in some of these cases, motherfuckers be getting with, like, like, a friend of their own daughters and shit. Like, crazy shit, bro. Not cool. I can't believe Boosie ain't laughing. Crazy. Damn. Yeah, crazy. What, damn, what was that? I was gonna look up. Oh, yeah. I'm gonna show y'all this shit because I had seen this legit a year before, just barely a year before. I came across this interrogation video. This shit is crazy. Now they re-uploaded this about 9 months ago, but it was uploaded here, interrogation 4 years ago from Real World Police. So yeah, it, like I said, this happened back in like 2016, 2017. This happened back when Trump was first getting into office. You hear her? Yeah. Dude signed an NDA with Diddy. Remember that? Yeah. There was no drunk Lyft lady. You know, if there was, you would be talking about somebody here again. I'm going to address it real quick one more time for you. If you was talking about something as such, then guess what? That would mean that I would have a history transaction record with the person. Do you believe, honestly, especially somebody that went to rehab, that they wouldn't, that if that's what really happened to them, they wouldn't realize that if they hadn't realized it or buried it down due to trauma and came to their senses, they could go back on their phone. They would have been able to easily report. I didn't take anybody that was an active customer. I don't, you know, you guys have always said that ever since because why? I was in Memphis working for Lyft. So you just assume that they was a Lyft customer. I mean, like I said, stayed in Airbnbs. I used an app, and that is how I met who I met. I got all the receipts on that. I could go and sign back into that app and find where the messages. Don't play with me. But I'm not going to do that for you. No, 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 no. The only way that would ever be necessary to go through and do would be if you guys, or not you guys, but, you know, if what you were saying had any credibility to it, then, you know, that I would have had to go through and investigate or whatever. But there's nothing that's credible to that. I have a 4.8, or it's 4.8 or 4.5, one or the other, rating on Lyft. I don't have one rating from any of the. Here, let me open my app. Let me tell you the exact number. That way I don't be fucking estimating. Tell you the exact amount of rides I did. Let's see. Ride with Pride, Ian, it says. Let's see. Ride history. Oh, wait. I think this actually might be my app to use Lyft. That's not the driver app. Hold on. Yeah, here's the driver app. I didn't think that looked right. Background check. Yeah, see, now I would have to do another background check, which apparently I've done before and passed. You know. See, I don't have, I'm not trying to get back on the road. Your insurance is expired. I know. Okay. I have a 5.0 rating. I take that back. I thought it was below 5.0. It's not. I have an excellent rating. It says I've got 143 friendly driver, 126 good driving, 120 above and beyond, and 113 clean car. Passenger feedback. Here's some of the specific passenger stuff they said. All-star. This passenger said you were excellent in all areas, gave you a tip. Good vibes. Passenger said you was a friendly driver. All-star. Passenger said you was excellent in all areas and gave you a tip. Ride hero. The passenger gave you a tip and commented above and beyond friendly service and a driver. And friendly driver. Passenger said you were excellent in all areas. Passenger said you were a friendly driver. Superstar. Passenger said you went above and beyond and tipped you. All-star, ride hero, complimented your friendly driver and good driving. You were excellent in all areas. Pastor said you went above and beyond. Here's one with a custom comment. He's an amazing guy and has an amazing sense of humor. Smile face with an OK symbol. Passenger commented clean car, friendly driver, and good driving. And then another one was gentleman. That was what somebody's custom word was gentleman. Said you were a friendly driver and gave you a tip. So I've got a 5.0 rating on this damn app. And I've done approximately 512 fucking rides. 512. Pickups and drop-offs from work, to work, back home, etc., etc. Through Memphis, mind you. You know, not like it was around here driving Miss Daisy. It was fucking Memphis, goddamn Tennessee. And, yeah, that's just idiotic. You know, there's no justice to get because there was nothing like you say. So you support a rat that slapped. No, Dagburner's not a rat that slapped anybody. You know, I'm getting tired of this shit about calling people rats. Hell, people call me a rat. You know, I've never fucking been involved officially in any way against anybody in court or with the police or anything. You know, I mean, if somebody commits a horrible crime or something, if you think I'm supposed to not cooperate because I don't know where you get that from. Like that might be your screwed up false culture, sense of culture you adhere to, but it's not mine. You know, to me and the way I was growing up, the way I learned it, a rat or snitching is when you're out doing, bad things, whatever. You're out, maybe you're just out uh, doing like smoking when you were younger, or maybe you was out getting drunk, before you was of age. Whatever the case may be, whatever you was doing that was wrong, I mean, if you got in trouble and whatever I mean, there's all types of stories I could come up. I'm pausing because I don't know if I want to share any more of them or not. But like if I do, I just can't. I just ain't gonna say the people's names. But somebody went to jail one time, and they had a bad addiction to Xanaxes. They died in jail from seizures. Because guess what? The jail don't give a fuck. The jail wasn't giving them his Xanaxes. I think he even had a script for them too. But they had just done some little operation or whatever on him and busted him for some stuff. So he was locked up in there, and he died. You know. there might be some fault on the jail there. I think there is, because those people should be medically observed if they come in there and they are straight up with you that, you know, they're on something or been on something, prescribed, not prescribed, it don't matter. Certain things you can't just go without. I mean, you'll die, and that's exactly what happened with him. For other people, but you know what a snitch is? It's like this one person that got in trouble and knew about all this other stuff that, you know, these people sold this every month, or who they sold to, because they would hang over there and they would buy stuff or what have you from. And everybody knew, I mean, you know, everybody knew that, you know, it's not like the person was just going over there and they was innocent coming across this, because hell, they get locked up for getting pulled over and they find something. Well, guess what? Next thing you know, they're just out and about. You know, they on bond? No, no bond. Well, fuck. They either had a really good lawyer and got this case dropped, or they cooperated in some way. Wouldn't you know it? So and so, who they used to go over to, that everybody knew about, they're locked up now and busted all of a sudden. Now they say it's a snitch. You know, somebody that gets in trouble and is fully the fault of theirself. But but maybe they know somebody that's a little bit bigger. Maybe they know something a little bit wider is happening somewhere. And so they trade that information and they get like a slap on the wrist, they get warned, and or sometimes they're made to, well, we'll let it slide, but you're gonna keep, you know, person keeps giving them information bit by bit every now and then, just to stay out of jail, because they know that person's not going to clean up. That's a big part about having criminal informants, is that they like to have informants that are, especially the ones that are addicts and stuff, because they got something to hold over them. They can hold jail over them or whatever, you know, knowing that they definitely don't want to go to jail, being in a position where they're addicted to something. Yeah. And why do they do that? They justify and say, you know, maybe they can lead us to some, you know, something bigger. But that's the problem is, I mean, from around here was that would be the issue. Too many people would be comfortable, uh, you know, and then people stopped doing stuff that way. It's like they changed things up and they had a system after that. Because before, they just let everybody that showed up come on inside and would hear everything and see everybody that's coming in, know what exactly they're doing, you know. So they stopped doing that. And one of the, you know, we've got a guy that's missing technically, but that's just because there's no body. He's been murdered. I mean, I think everybody, God rest in peace and respect to the families, they even have accepted and know that that's, you know, he's been murdered. He has been. But we can't get any justice because there's no body. And, you know, I heard from a source that they said, I'm going to tell you just straight up when it comes to that, that's how it's going to stay, you know, because his ashes and bone fragments are either floating away in the Mississippi River or he's in a barrel somewhere or a burn pit, you know, and scattered. Uh, and that's just the end of it. I mean, the case will stay officially open, but it'll never be solved. And I just think that's insane when they were last with just one person, you know, that person has to know more than what they're saying, and it just seems crazy that just because they can't produce a body, that nobody gets charged. So it appears that whole, and there's a lot of, I watched something that pointed out, all these shows and stuff today that show and basically have made it pretty forefront that if you want to have a chance at like getting away with something like that, then you've got to make it to where there's no body. Like you have shows like Breaking Bad that show them dissolving bodies up, and the only reason why they get brought up and discovered is because somebody talks about them. But in the real world, people go missing and it's never talked about. That's TV. But I'm just saying is that over the last decade, tons of shows, not just Breaking Bad, but a bunch of tons of crime shows, different things, have always, each one includes a scene where, somebody has the brilliant idea of really getting rid of, and it seems to work, all in all. But here you have a case where there's a mattress that looks like there was blood on it. You have pictures of a chemical agent that could be used for disinfecting and cleaning stuff that is for some reason sitting on the stove, which is an odd place for it to be when this picture was taken. And if you look on the stove and all the cabinets, there's visible unclean surfaces, dirt, grime, etc. on the stove. But yet there's this cleaning solution, like sitting in the midst of it. Like they had to clean something, but it definitely wasn't the damn kitchen. There's shoes there, the person's wallet's there, their dentures are there, their phone is there. You're telling me that this person, or the story is that they left to go to their grandparents' house, walked there because it's only about a mile away or so. But they didn't take shoes, they didn't take wallet, they didn't take their dentures, they didn't, uh, even wear their shirt. And they walked down, and the climate would be right now, the type of climate we're in. If I were to walk outside without a t-shirt on right now, I would be a fool. I don't care if I stayed steadily walking. I would be getting ate up and sought by every mosquito within a 1 mile radius. Especially out in the country. It's even 10 times worse out there because you're not in the city. When you have the city, you have more lights, more population, and plus we spray. They spray around here regularly too. You don't have as many. You go out to the country, shit. It just don't make sense. None of it. So she done something. I don't know who helped her. She had to have help too. But they got rid of him. And he's got a son, a family, and they can't get any closure over it. Hey Harlow, I'm sorry, I'm just not seeing your stuff. No, they I mean this source I talked to, I'm not gonna say who they are specifically, but I'll just say this, they've got ties to law enforcement. And it's not that they don't have a inkling or suspicion, but there is no body. There is no outright evidence that shows put it this way. There was no outright evidence at the time. This is weird because I told you about a mattress and stuff, and those pictures they took inside of the place he was last at. However, that mattress, that's a funny story behind it. It's not claimed to be the mattress that was there. It's claimed to be an old mattress. The problem is, one person said, well, they didn't have an old mattress in the back. Other people said they did, and it was in the back. So, they had that old mattress in the back, and at first it wasn't even discussed or brought up. Then later on it got brought up, but supposedly that wasn't a mattress, but yet there was all that weird crap on it that looked like something had happened on that bed. At any rate, it had been outside, it had rained and everything else. They tried, but just as they thought, it was going to be, nothing came back conclusive. It was out in the elements too long, if there was anything on it, and some people think, well, if they got rid of his body, surely they would have got rid of that mattress. Why leave it back? Well, I mean, I can't answer that, but that cleaning solution there in a dirty ass kitchen just screams something's up. All of his personal belongings left back scream something's up. It doesn't make sense how he would have traveled to his grandparents with no shirt on, no shoes, down a country gravel road. And he was in recovery. And he had a son, like I said, and he was in the midst of breaking up with that woman that he was staying with. And she was the last person to have seen him. And when she was being questioned and at the sheriff's office, people took pictures. And there was a moment where they brought her outside to smoke. And she sat down, and they even had a damn fold-up chair for her that she sat on, right in the front fucking part of the damn Justice Center. It just did not look good. It screamed like, you gotta understand, this is a small area, so the chances of that was, I don't know if that was somebody related to her, or somebody she knew, but people can have people they're cool with in law enforcement here. Yeah, am I the main suspect? Well, considering it happened right about the time before I came back home from rehab, no, I guess I can't be the main suspect, you fucking fool, because I wasn't literally even around, you jackass. But thanks again for playing. Fucking dumbass. Yeah, I was never charged, That's the thing. I shared those stories on my own, and I wasn't like him. Like, I wasn't slow like Charlie. Like, I shared those stories, and I had a reason for the one that was related to, you know, my feelings about the Cammy thing, and the other one uh, wasn't even anything big deal. I was just sharing about my time when I drove for Lyft, and that I, hooked up while I was over in Memphis. I stayed there. At the most, I stayed there, I think, fully for 6 days. The shortest time, just 3 days. Uh, but I mean, that was better because I was able to make more money and get more money gathered from driving and cash out, and then go back home. And then, I wouldn't have to immediately go back and drive the next day or two. I might then plan to go back 3 days later. I'll come home, not spend any more than maybe just a little over $100 say 400, 500, 600, and take 200 of that just to be, and put the rest back, and then go back and drive another few days, come back and go, and that's what I was trying to do basically, was collect money. But yeah, whenever I had the issues with the tire and had to get a new tire, and yeah, it just wasn't worth it. Was not worth it in the end. They always return anything. Yeah, it's in my town. Well, not my town. Technically, it's in the country town that's unincorporated. This is where that happened. A place called Braggadocia. But it's close to Hayti, and it's essentially Hayti. I mean, the nearest city law enforcement is Hayti. But essentially, this is a town, an unincorporated little community that is actually very close to the spot where I had my auto accident on 412. You know, so where this person eventually went from missing at, quote unquote, was close to where I had my auto accident out there in the country. My old grade school friend's dad that was chief of police at one of these towns when we was in growing up in grade school and middle school. It wasn't until around late middle school that he stopped being chief because he had pulled over a truck driver and beat the shit out of him. Like, had I think almost even like ended up actually catching him outside the city limits, but still supposedly like hitting the lights on him and stuff. And some said also he had a county person, help too. I don't know. Pretty much he beat this guy up for supposedly sleeping with his wife, and and then we had another instance where we had a mayor that messed around with some checks, for their own, you know what I mean? And they got they got exposed. Shit does happen around here. But yeah, they'll reach for anything, Miss Harlow. Oh, where's your arms? I don't know. I've taken many pictures and stood in place many times where I've taken both of my arms and put them behind my back. I mean, you could almost say it would be like handcuff position, but not really. It's just, sometimes you do that to stretch. Sometimes you do it just for a quick second, you know. I mean, what the fuck is the big deal? Like, that's all y'all got. Then we got the person that fucking, uh, beats up Miss Crystal and gets a EPO from Miss Crystal and has to pay into the domestic violence and child abuse multidisciplinary account fund as restitution as part of their court case, a felony. We have that fucking person having, I don't know how that they even opened their mouth. They even said one time, I caught it, they said, I never claimed to be the good guy. You're not going to get no apologies from me. I don't give a, go ahead. I don't give a fuck about my like, oh, you try to come off that way, but we both know that's bullshit because if so, You wouldn't have got so butthurt when everybody pulled up your past, buddy. Uh, yeah. Oh, a butthurt you was. And you literally got a picture of me. Like, I don't know what the deal is with people acting like, how many of you don't have pictures with, I mean, if you got your own children, I know you got, but if you got nieces, nephews, or whatever, how many of you got any family photos? No, I mean, I'm sure there's probably one person that don't have any because they just maybe don't take photos of family. I don't know. But the majority of us do. And so you're over there crying and whining earlier, dancing like a good little puppet, saying that I got uncensored kids on my YouTube page. Really? Well, then wouldn't it be taken down? I mean, or wouldn't I be investigated? Wouldn't people be able to see that? Oh, that's right, they would. So you're just saying that for shock value, I guess. But yet you do have a picture of my nephew as a baby while I'm sitting in a wheelchair with my fucking sternum, or my sacrum, and my damn femur broken, and my knee, and I'm holding my nephew in my lap and taking a picture. And out of all the emojis to pick to cover up his face, you pick the one that's got little see-through parts in it. Like that's not obvious. And you post that. But yet you turn around and you say, oh, wah, wah, he's got something up with me and my family. And then, like slices, and then, and then, and then, and then, and then, and then, and then. I mean, what the fuck? These motherfuckers reported my shit so many times falsely, they got a little post of his picture, his little precious picture of mugshot taken down for the criminal organizations policy. Like I'm out here running a RICO or some shit like they're accusing Diddy of. I could not believe when I got that email. I said, you gotta be fucking kidding me. No way to appeal it, you know, because it's not a video. I guess they don't give you that option whenever it's a post. But I'm surprised they was able to get that because community posts are hard as fuck to get reported. I challenge you, go try to report a community post for a privacy violation. See how well that works out. You'll be able to fill out a form. It's just that if you can get that form to accept and it go through, I mean, I'll be prepared to say hallelujah and dance. I mean, because I tried that so many times and got that same issue. I would use the long version of the link and the short version because there's two different. You can click share and get the link, or you can click the link from the address bar. I did it both ways, and it would always say incorrect link. So I just let go of it. I just didn't care anymore. So I mean, that's why they've got a bunch of crap. You know, I could easily hit and have taken down for my face, but I mean, videos, well, they're easy to do, but I don't do them anymore. I mean, why? Why do it? they're just gonna do it again. Like, I mean, it's kind of pointless at the end of the day. Plus, they get a little excitement whenever you do that too. And we can't be having that. We got to take that away. Because that's their little, it's psychological, mental, but it's, you know, they get a hit of dopamine out of this shit. I mean, I am convinced they do. They got to. They like doing it way too much to not be getting some type of biochemical reward at some level that makes them feel good, adrenaline, whatever the fucking case it may be. I don't really care. So yeah, but you know, I've had supporters through and through. I may have had some run off because of these people, but they ultimately can't stop anything. They've never been able to. All that's happened more recently is they've just been exposed further and stay in denial about it, but they're not doing anything today. They're not. It's all smoke, puff, and mirrors. You know, trying to desperately get people to share and promote stuff I mean, some of these people know it's false, and it's one thing being in chat, in the live chat, and backing the person up when they're telling a lie. It's another thing, though, when you expect them to actually tell that lie directly in libel or slander defamation form themselves, and you know, put themselves in the possibility of, you can laugh and think it'll never happen all you want to, but one of these days somebody's gonna go the legal route to get stuff done. Who's to say they might not already be doing it? And then when they're running their YouTube channel and they've got it registered legally as a corporation or whatever, or trademarked, and you keep doing this dumbass shit, you're gonna end up paying in court one way or the other. More people probably ought to be trademarking their stuff and getting it registered as a legit thing. Report any income you make from it. You know, do everything above board. That way, uh, you know, it just, people have reported that when people try to steal their stuff or infringe on things, they say it, oh, this is for only fair use. It's not used for profit or anything. And then they get a super chat or whatever in there, and half of them ain't even reporting that income. I would not want to be that person and be doing it to a channel that's, you know, because, I mean, they'll own your ass. I mean, but anytime I've looked at stuff like on this one, we've looked at somebody else's content, even though it's Charlie Sneezes, this video is not going to be monetized. I'm not going to set it to monetization. See, I got that choice to either do it or not. And anytime I do something where if it's not completely fair use and I know it's not, you know, or I want it, or it is fair use, and for it to be fair use, it can't make any money, or I don't monetize it. I mean, that's called following the rules. Yeah, y'all listen to this dude. Good Lord. "2018, keep that in mind. This is 2018. This is before any of those suits started or anything like that. And we do know that 2018 would be 7 years since 2011. So the FBI, the feds have been looking into him at that point for 7 years.
Are right now. And for that, I want
Yeah, I know. Okay, good night, Miss Harlow. Thank you for coming by. I appreciate it, hon. I didn't even drop the link this evening. Oh well, that's on me. I'm sorry, they didn't do that in this case.
He would fuck Cassie while Sean was watching and shit. Are y'all hearing this shit? And what have they all come out and said now? Remember, this is 6 years before he's arrested. Backing up what Audie said. Wow. Motherfucker watching on camera. Good Lord. Wow. If they found weapons with obliterated serial numbers, he should automatically be charged with them. Period. If they were on his property, unless they were actively in someone else's possession that was at his property, then he should be charged with them. If they was stored up in his house somewhere and nobody had immediate access to them, then they were his. Yep. Yeah, I just hope they actually proved some of their points like they trying to say they did, because a lot of us don't think they did. Jews are in charge of everything. We rule the bro. The Jews are in charge of everything, y'all. We rule the world, y'all. Like, I mean, come on, man. That's the same type of kind of shit that Hitler espoused. Like, and yeah, there's a lot of famous, successful, wealthy, probably too, even Jewish families and stuff. There are just as much as there are Catholic and you know Muslim. I mean, hell, I think one of the most richest, isn't it? Those people that gifted Trump a huge ass plane. Ain't that royal family out there in Saudis or whatever? Aren't they like? I think they're almost like top of the top as far as net worth. But yeah, I mean, so what? That's the economy we lived in. People decided long ago over here we didn't want communism, at least the majority of us didn't, enough to where our country was founded, supposed to be on free market capitalism principles. And yeah, constantly you've had people that have tried over and over to push Marxism and communism, like, it's just the greatest thing since sliced freaking bread. But you look at countries where it's applied, like currently North Korea is one of the biggest ones. I mean, I know The Interview is a crazy fictional comedy based movie, but not everything in that damn film was crazy. There's a reason why North Korea didn't like it. And it wasn't just because they made Kim Jong Un look ridiculous. It was because, it focused on the fact that their people are starving, that they have went so far as sometimes even having fake uh, places, showing food. But then when they go inside and they inspect it closely, it's fake. None of the food's real. It's wax. It's just basically like a bust made to show the opposite of what the reality is. There is no great amount of food. Kanye is a musical genius in ways, but when it comes to other shit, he's fucking dumb. He's crazy. Oh, they do that all the time. That's why he's in jail. We'll take a look at this last video and probably end. Oh my God. He was a bodyguard, this guy. Damn. This was March. Oh my God. I'm gonna be in the car. He's like, I can't do that. I don't want to see naked men. Oh shit. Hell no. That was crazy. Oh shit, that's a long ass one. I can't play that. I'm about to get off here. I want to play one more short one if I can. Okay, this he's talking to Michael in this one. We'll check this one out. Then I'm gonna end it. Nope. because he's trying to keep working. You can't work in that area if you get in those situations. End up closing off a lot of potential revenue and ability to make money if he does that. Especially like in Hollywood type circles, I guess. Mm-hmm. The fuck? Okay.
I started to
No offense, I don't care about the wine. Baby oil. Reublin. Damn. Yeah, you're not supposed to, when people use it for a treatment, they even tell them that you don't need to use it that long. What?
Stable. Put her in the middle of the counter. But she put the baby in the hand of baby down. Stupid! Big homie! New York City, stand the fuck up, nigga! What's that? Yeah! So much it paid!
Wow. Damn. Good Lord, I'm sorry, but I would not want that job. People hitting him with cyanide, fucking FBI coming regularly, like, hey, we got another pretty serious threat on your life. You know, if the FBI is coming to tell you, then that means they were monitoring something to catch that. And so if they was monitoring something and caught that, then that must mean it's pretty serious because, I mean, they're monitoring them people. All right, just one more, y'all. I need to end this, but this is what somebody is sharing about the fears of Diddy walking free, because you can hope that oh, there's too much, you know, but you got to separate speculation from what's cold hard been proven, and the jury will have in front of them what's been proven, what's, you know, speculative. They'll have all that divided up with instructions and everything else, and if they can't come, you know, I mean, I guess if it resulted in a mistrial, it wouldn't be so bad because they'd probably charge him again. See, yeah, they don't, because the defense will probably point out that they didn't prove RICO, and they'll probably even allege, you know, they want RICO so they can confiscate his, because if they get him on RICO, the way restitution and stuff works is completely different. They'll have almost nearly unlimited access to everything. You know, anything that they can argue enough, uh, they'll be able to confiscate if they get the RICO. Houses, vehicles, computers, I mean, all types of stuff. Anything that they know is crazy worth amount of money that they can say came as a part of this. Who knows how much of his investments and so forth that they might be able to take. I don't know. But that's what a lot of people were talking about. They said, yeah, they hit him with RICO because of all the money he's got. They want to confiscate a shitload of it. Makes you wonder why they didn't take his bail money if they were so sure that they would convict him. Because I don't know if you get bail money back just because you go through your trial, or how's that work? I guess you would get it back even if you lost your trial. I guess they only get that if you run or something, then it's forfeited. So yeah, I can see now why they didn't give him bail. And that sends a very clear message that, like, they're not even worried enough to argue back. I mean, they're going to give closing arguments, but they didn't have him testify or do anything extra because they don't. I mean, they're sending a clear message that, like, hey, they hadn't proved shit. I mean, the defense has mostly come out and said they proved that he's committed domestic violence. Uh, you know, but it's back in 2016. It's probably past the statute of limitations. He's not been accused of rape, because now if he was accused of that, it wouldn't matter if it was back in 1999. They changed it to where they don't have statute of limitations almost on that stuff anymore. So she must have been involved at some type of party or something. Well, she's making the band. Wait, what? Yeah. Damn. Ah, damn, that sucks. But you know, that's how it be, I guess. Thanks everybody for coming out to the stream. Appreciate it. As far as you trolls are concerned, suck my balls, kiss my ass, etc., etc. Farewell, goodbye, you know, all that good jazz. Everybody else, supporters, friends, people that came out, Miss Pitbull, Harlow, everybody else, everybody that catches the replay, thank you very much. Have a great rest of your day, evening, whenever you're watching this. And remember, Stay fun, stay happy, and stay free. Peace and blessings. Good night.